Hello, my loves. Happy Monday. Such a good silly email. I know. I'm glad I brought it in. I just feel like it's very good. It's a good vibe. Especially when you see like multiple people just put hi in the chat. It's like, it's nice. I like it, Picasso. Alrighty. Hello! I really should turn back on my stinger. I'm gonna turn that back on until I figure out what I want to do. But hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Hope everyone's having a great Monday. I totally didn't forget that I needed to do a go live post, but I think it's okay because we did a schedule post for today. And I feel like if people see the schedule post, they'll be like, oh, Monday, 2 p.m. Oh, it's already that time. And then they'll be like, yeah. You want from our stuff? No problem. Sounds good. Young goob. So that one's like high with 3 eyes. Yeah, that's high with 3 eyes. And then mine is high with an A. We could change it though if we wanted to. I don't really mind either way. I do need to make. I do like multiple things today. One of the things is I need to start moving my VODs over to my NAS. What is it? Give it a boop. Delete this guy. Wait, what? Yes. VODs 2020 Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, these are like broken. No, it's just that we have quite a few 7TV modes, so we don't need both high and high. Yeah, that's valid. Well, I meant the spelling because that one triggers with the it's like high versus high. Oh shit! Wait. So I don't know if we just want to have my wave one be the yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Go sun, won't you come and wash away the pain? Hi Zoe! Happy Monday. Okay, I gotta wait for those to go over to the new VODs. What's this gameplay? I should be putting South of Midnight in these. Black Hole said, yeah, I know, it's such a good song. I had to move stuff over to my NAS. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the pain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? I'm gonna let that do its thing so it's not overloading itself. Okay. I don't have anything to post to the channels today. Other than VODs? I think so. Let's take care of that yet. Let's see. Kind of wait till the next. So 25th, right? It's Friday. Yep. So 28th, 29th, 30th, May 1st, May 2nd, and May 3rd, because that's going to be a fancy stream. Wrong. Boop, boop. Right. Guys, our layout is so cute. I think I might make a mixtape today, too. A new mixtape. Because I really like... There's an artist that I like that's been doing mixtapes, and I'd like to do something similar, but, like, not... Maybe it's on Twitter. Mixtape people you follow. Media. No, these ones? I want to do one like this. Wash away the pain, my cold sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? I might ask. Hi, Airdom! It's been a while. Hi. I hope you've been doing well. Hi. Hi. So I might DM them and be like, hey, can I make one similar to this? And by similar, I just kind of mean the angle. I love how they did this though. It's super cute. How you guys doing? We're good. How you doing? Let me DM them if I can. Yeah, I just want to ask if I. Maybe mixtape. A bit. As permissions. Okay, cool. Too far gone, couldn't see. Remember me, remember me. The time. Alright. When I couldn't see. Last Monday would have been what? April 21st. I need to open my PureRef. I'm basically waiting for my security clearance to go through. If you couldn't tell, I'm very excited. I'm excited for you! Yippee! I'm very excited for you. If you're excited, I'm excited. If you're happy, I'm happy. That's how it works here in the Milk Club. We celebrate each other's success and we lift each other up. Okay, so today is this guy. I finally have a job! Yippee! In this economy, I'm so proud of you! Alright, we are changing this to Twitch clip. Remember me to my own, remember me. I'm very proud of you though, Airdom. I was wrong. This guy. This week is a V-Stars week. Yeah. Art tips. V-highlight. Clips and V-Stars. They might even pay for some of my college. Oh, that's so awesome! Oh my god, I love opportunities like that. I'm so happy for you. Hell yeah. Man, any help with college debt is a good one, you know? You know? Dun, dun, dun. My brain is breaking. Okay. I need the other things that I need to edit, which is yeah, those are the other ideas list. We have to change this to other video editing projects. Ideas. And we did this guy. This over here. Over there. Just do tuber model. I can make this my font, why not? Now we get a dual degree in chemical. Whoa, super smart. I'm not super smart. I'm not even that smart. I only got a few things in this noggin. I wanted to get a dual degree at one point, but college is expensive. Yeah, that's sick. Super proud of you. Some of this. Beef and Boof episode 10. 10 is the latest, or is 11 the latest? 11 is the latest. Episode 10 and 11. Beef and Boof. Episode 10 and 11. Render new starting soon screen and ending screen. Video 1, that's for edit. It's getting cold. Not that smart. I haven't even gotten through my associates and it's been like 4 years. I've been at it for 4 years now. That's pretty average, I feel. And some people learn slower than others, and that's okay. You know, not everyone can be the fucking machoist crazy person that was finishing a degree in like 4 years now, you know, with how like the world works with like the economy and stuff. It's very hard. Hi Gino, thank you for the lurk. It's very hard because a lot of students, like unlike before, you could just be a full-time student and then not work and it would be okay. But now a lot of the times today people have to get jobs with school, and that can be very hard, you know? So I think it's no sweat, you know? I feel like college degrees really aren't as important as they were, like, a generation ago, you know? RP stream. RP. Stream highlights. Highlights. If we're doing outfits, we need one where you're just a straight up cat, huh? I'm already a cat. There's already one where I'm a cat, technically. Technically, Chonko mode. I'm just kind of a cat with horns. Aquarium date. Rip Oki. I mean, I think a cat onesie would be cute. I'm just trying to write down everything that I need to edit. Baby, come home. Want you to hold me. It's getting cold. And it's getting stormy. It's someone known. I've also wanted to learn more about business with working with something online, streaming, making 3D art. Oh yeah, of course. And I think a lot of people nowadays have, like before, you know, you'd kind of go to school, you'd be good at one thing, and that's kind of the rest of your life. But I feel like a lot of the times in today's society, people are willing to learn more different like subjects. Like you know, you're going to school for knowing like chemical and material engineering. But yeah, you also want to know about streaming, which is a whole new bucket of its own, you know? And like, I feel like, you know, in the older generations, they could go to school and it was cheaper, but the thing is like, they'd just be good at one thing. Zach, thank you for the lurk. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Okay, let's do Fridays first. This is the 25th. And then I don't know what I did. Maybe we just watched TikToks? Did we watch TikToks early? I think we did. I think we just watched TikToks early. Oh, it would be this whole section. We did art and then we did TikToks. No games. So yeah, we started them early because Boffy was tired and I didn't mind. So it's just TikToks and art. Should I? Okay, 5. It's gonna be this one. And we're probably gonna do a little bit of editing today too. Today is kind of maybe like a big day for us. Lots of work to do. And maybe some Minecraft if we can. This is April 27th. Nope, 8th. April 28th. This one. So it's gonna kind of go this one. Because the games are kind of on the same level, I think. Like, if I get to playing games, I get to playing games. If I don't, I don't. I've just always been terribly antisocial, so getting into that was more or less trying to fix that through making friends, you guys, and others. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, that's for sure. I mean, I think that's how it is for Boffy, and I think for me as well. Like, I wouldn't have a lot of my close friends if it wasn't for streaming. Also, hi, Fruit! So, like, no, that totally makes sense. I don't need this live now. It's also so square. I kind of want it to be more collage-y. So, yeah, it's never a bad thing to try to do things that are out of sight of your comfort zone, in my opinion. Unless you're just going to traumatize yourself. But sometimes we need trauma to get through things. It's kind of like, hi, how's everyone doing today? I'm good. I am good. How are you? Intentions. Okay, so let's do highlights. 2025. Let's play South of Midnight. Got episode 1 and 2, which I can remove 2 off of here. And then Walk-Amongst the Wilds episode 41 was the last one posted. So I will be removing the last 2. And then we'll have those guys. This was last Friday. I can remove this one. Me up like summer. Good times to put in the Moses. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yep, we're organized now. Cool. Okay, so after the taste like have me out like Prada. I think 18th was the last one, so it's really last Monday, which I believe is 21st. Yep. So. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me. Do you feel nothing as well? Garden. Enter. I'm gonna close something. I want to see if I can get a plug-in. Say so, stick to me like caramel. Let's see, I want vidIQ again. The fact that I'm not using it is kind of. Let's see if it breaks TikTok though. Nope, shut up. Ew, it does do that. Can we turn vidIQ off for this? Does that fix it? Yes! Oh. Okie dokie, let's see. How to turn vidIQ off for TikTok. I've done both of those with applying for this job. It's a big fancy company, it has a job available. Cool, I'll apply. Then interview happens. Scary, understandable. Finding out the company has a lot more closely viewed by the government, so also scary. That valid. Then possibly having to talk to someone to explain myself of the kind of person I'm going. To explain myself of the kind of person I am, if I'm gonna sell secrets or not. Absolutely. No, that sounds terrifying. It's like, bro, what? But what if I want to talk to my besties about how, the government, uses koala piss in their paint? Huh? It's cool. Hi, Rhino. Happy Monday. Ooh, I think you're really close to the next. I don't know. I think 150 is the next card color. Get you. I don't want that. Help. Nope, unless he's at silver. I don't remember. I thought 150 was one of them. Can I just turn it off? I think gold is like 150 to 250. Oh, okay. Mama Yeah, okay. Oh, mama, it's taking me out. It's been a while. Understandable. Just open the clouds. This is from Monday. Not a problem, just a statement. No, valid. Angels up in the clouds are jealous that we found so heavenly ecstasy next to me, oh mama. Ooh, when we get into it, chat, I got stories to tell you. So, I guess I talk about it now since we're just doing some small stuff. So, last night, I was high as fuck, right? I took a sativa gummy, and in the middle of the night, I hear yelling. Not that typical here in our little home area. And I was like, okay, that's weird. I look out the window. I can't see well. I don't have my glasses on. It's probably like 4 in the morning at this time. I look out the window and there's this like homeless guy with the screechiest shopping cart. Like at that point, my first thought was I would just give this guy WD-40 just to fix his fucking shopping cart. It was screeching so loud I could hear it on the other side of the apartment complex. And so I was just like, all right, okay, fine. Whatever. And like he goes up and down, and then I talk to my roommate about it today because I was like, hey, did you hear anything about this? Like there was a homeless guy outside, and apparently what happened is so hold on, I have to draw this out. Listen, the sativa be hitting hard, okay? Okay, so like here's the corner of my apartment. Here's my window. Actually, I need to draw this differently. So here's the here's the apartment, right? All the way over here is a recycling area. Okay? It's a good bit of ways, okay? And like I'm over here. This is us. This is us. Okay? So I hear him go all the way over here, right? And he comes back and he goes all the way over here to another little recycling thing. Now, when he's over here, I hear him breaking glass, yelling and breaking shit, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. And then as he goes this way, he's still yelling, but then all of a sudden, it gets really fucking quiet. I'm like, oh, maybe he got bored and he left, right? Maybe he got bored because there is a way to exit out of the apartment complex, like here, like in these areas, right? Like, oh, he probably left. I talked to my roommate about it. Apparently, this guy went over here, and he lit a trash fire. So in one of the recycling bins, because this is just a recycling area. This right here is just a recycling. So sometimes the recycling will have like a glass area, like a little glass dumpster, or maybe like a trash or something, right? This one it's just one, I believe, one recycling bin. And I think he set fire to it. And so apparently very early this morning, the fire department had to come and put out the fire in this recycling area. And I was like, oh, okay. So no, he didn't get bored. He just had a little fun and made himself a dumpster fire. So that's cool. I mean, at least he stayed warm at night, I guess. But yeah, that happened. It was interesting. And then at another point today, so my office is like on this side, right? So I'm like over here. And there's a parking lot, right? There's like a parking lot over here. Like here's the recycling area, and there's a parking lot, right? There's a parking lot right here. And I was gonna eat my breakfast, and all of a sudden I hear yelling outside, and it's just this couple like yelling at each other, having an argument over their kids or something. And How I fucking hear, well, you were the one that got pregnant, and I was like, oh. And I was like, ooh. And then the woman was like, well, you came out to me. And I was like, ooh. And then Pixels, like, I ran to Pixels, like, hey, you want to listen to some drama? And I just look over to him next to me, just Kermit the Frogging some chai tea that I made him. And it was just very funny. It was like, not my problem. But they were yelling for a while. Oh, so I had an eventful morning. And night. I also had a nightmare last night, which was not fun. It was a very spooky nightmare. Alright. My symptoms. But I don't say it before I say. I wonder if this will affect anything else, because if it doesn't, it might just be fine. I am now existing in the chat. Welcome in, Devouring. How you doing? Oh, Kyrie liked something of mine. Yippee! Hee. Soup. I am tired. I'm sorry. Why are you tired, buddy? You okay? You could have said them having a baby was a dumpster. Oh, it did. I thought it was like a parent drop-off thing where like they were switching custody, but inversely, it kind of sounded like the dad was just tired at the mom, and like dad's like, I'm out of here, and was trying to take the kids. But yeah. So the midnight. Is there any other videos I need to do? Long weekend, and AC was a little wonky at work. Oh, that sucks. When you're not home, being in places that aren't a comfortable temperature is like 10 times worse, in my opinion. It's like 10 times worse. So it's understandable that you had a bad time. Hide Rose. Hide. Hide these. Sad though, honestly. Yeah, I felt bad because, like, I think their daughter was just standing there holding something, and the other kid was just trying to help, and just the people put other through. Yeah. Yeah, it was just, I kind of felt bad because I was, like, listening into it, but they were, like, yelling so loud in the middle of the parking lot, like, just kind of in the center of everything, and I was like, well, I can't not listen, so... April... Okay, trying to decide what I need to do, so that's good. This one is all... Well, this one's less good, because I need to download stuff, but I won't download stuff until after things are done. That's that. 23rd. Okay, so the 23rd was Beef and Boof, wasn't it? Let me just make sure. I'm fighting. Don't feel I ignore. Me with Amber Heard. Well, I can't just not. Yeah, I know. I feel bad because I'm like. I feel bad because I'm kind of like, well, I don't want to listen to the drama, but oddly enough, in a way, I feel it is almost human nature to want to listen to things in situations that aren't as bad as yours. As terrible as that sounds, you know? Okay, I don't know what VOD is what. What VOD is what. So that's Thursday. What day is Thursday? Thursday is the 24th. I'm just a day behind. I need to be straight. Oof, that does suck. Hope they get that AC looked soon. If they want to drama in the parking lot, they don't. Yeah, I mean, they luckily, like, I don't think they saw me, to be fair, because, like, here's the window. Like, okay, here's the window, right? I was kind of just, like, peeking my head. I was just kind of, like, drawing with a mouse without stabilization, but it was just me. This was just me. I was just kind of like, hey, what's going on? Just peeking. I was sitting in my pluffle peeking. Oh, they didn't see us. They saw the other 20 people going out. Yeah, there was this guy. Are you shorter than the window? No, I was just kind of sitting on the floor next to the window. So my little, like, nose poked out. Or, like above my nose poked up. But we're also on the 3rd floor. But also, there's this guy that was like 6'2". He was like pixel sized, right? Well, that's shorter than pixels, but you know, and there was just this tall guy that, like, it was clear he was just going out to get the mail because he just had some shorts, a hoodie up, and you could hear his keys jingling a little bit, and he was like this big guy, and he just hears them yelling, and like he just kind of like his whole body like shrinks into itself as he, like, because he has to walk past them. He had to walk past them in order to go to the office where the mailbox is, and I could just see him shrinking, like, please don't look at me. I am not here. I just need my mail. I was like, the poor guy. The poor guy, he just needs to get his mail. He probably woke up not even knowing the chaos that would be today. Imagine they just pointed at her and just said, you. Main just being red-faced. Goblin rushing to close the window. I would just duck. I would just, like, dead. The man exuded discomfort, he did. And I was like, you poor soul. I can feel you all around me. Oh, this was the wrong. But yeah, I felt bad for him because he just wanted to get his mail. The guy just wanted to get his mail. I would have done the same. I would have walked so far out of the way to avoid that shit, though. That's valid. But you saw it. It was, like, in the middle. There's, like... It was very much just, like, in the middle of everything, so it's kind of hard to go around. So it would have just been... Like, he would have had... I mean, he could go across, like, the backside, but... That's, like, a whole other thing, you know? Going through the backside. I could say like that. I can feel you all around me. Okay. Is there anything else that I need to edit? Once in a while, it's episode 42. And then Let's Plays needs to be this one and this one. I do have both downloaded. And we will be playing South of Midnight this week as well. I just kind of wanted to do other things this last week, so I didn't play it. I feel like there's something else that I need to set up, but I don't really remember. So maybe we're okay. All around me, thickening the air, I'm breathing. To water feeling. I have a little bit of work to do today. But let's start planning out our videos. I can feel you all around me, sickening the air and me. Okay, so it'll be 31. I think we're doing Pokepaws this week as a thank you for their help with some art input that I needed. And then a laying out of context 1. That's for next week, isn't it? It'd be 7 for V stars. That's what I do when my niece behaves, just pointing and saying you. She usually gets the hint pretty well. Funny part is, if my friends are over, he will also point at her. Yeah, just point. I like mimicking children. When they do something silly, even with animals, I do it with animals as well. If they do something like silly, I kind of mimic them, and I like seeing their reaction to like having it done back to them. I think it's very funny because it's not something they expect. And when you mimic them, no matter what language it is, if you mimic them, it's body language, and I feel like any animal, child, or otherwise can understand body language, and they just kind of like, huh? You. Me? You? No, you! I just like their reactions when you mimic them. Because most times they're like, huh? Hollow V fame is going to be retired. I'm tired of the drama. I'm going back to just V highlighting V stars. And then I gotta edit more Twitch clips. Which, I need to do like a Twitch clip to do thing. Because I'm gonna have to redo... Last one. I do that with my cat sometimes. Yeah, it's fun to do with animals. What is being posted for? Did I post Tailside on my other account? Ah, fuck, I don't know. And okay, I'll take care of that in a second. But Ellie will be for this week. Means I should move this down actually. And we're gonna get Pokepaws. Pokepaws. So I don't know how much they stream though. I'm following them. Videos? VTuber showcases. Ooh. Okay, so that's good content. Maybe I'll just grab stuff. Hold on. Make sure that yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna try. Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah! That'd be cool. Stories are cool. Oh, this is so cute. Showcases, pre-made models. They have none of the... No, okay. What's this one? That's cute. Oh, I am on my other account now. I did. I forgot to post Vibe Insurance. I can post that today. Video editing. Was the one supposed to go out for last time? 12. 13. Tarakan was the last one, I believe. Tarakan was the last one. So we'll do Project Melody. This one goes here. 14 and 15. Okay. 14. Making sure it was 14 because I can't remember for anything. Okay, so Enshrined episode. A lot of type. Oops. What the fuck? Where'd my manage videos go? Content. Shorts. 14. Vibe and Shine. So going Vibe and Shine, done. This guy to the hashtag translator. No. Oh, that is spicy. Not for story. I mean, kind of more to explain my disappointment in America's lack of control over the self and mind, and share what I've done in mental gymnastics to get to the point I am. For better overall health, though changing how we think. Yeah, that'll be good. It'd be kind of like a self-help book. Be like, hey, this is what I did to get through life, and maybe it'll be nice to share with you because, like, maybe other people are going through the same struggles, but they're not, you know, you could be like a role model to them. Alright, optimization score. Why is it so poop? Why you poo-poo? I'm trying episode 14. Yeah, but I do it here. Next. I could publish it. It's like 5 minutes before. I don't know if I want this. Extensions like vidIQ. Come on. No. What is this? Trying to look at the comments. That's It's like it was almost there but fell short in a couple areas. I just don't like it. Don't like it, man. However, both of the apps are stuff for direct service for engagement. I signed up for vidIQ the other day. My niche, which I gotta do. Use the apps. The Keyword Explorer alone was a lifesaver when I first started. Channel some years back. Unfortunately, it seems like now it's strict how many searches you can do. YT sends and check it out for the AB test. What is this one? What is YT stats? Free tools, video test, monetization, checker, search tools, AB, visual search. So what is this? What is YT stats? Yeah, in a sense, IDK, I don't like the idea of it being a self-help book, being the most self-help books are flawed in the sense that they only work if you try to do what they talk about. Idea is to kind of break the fourth wall. Yeah, you could, then I guess it'd be more like a blog thing, you know? You're just sharing your experiences and maybe people will connect, you know? What is YT stats? Free tools, video stats. What is this one? 81 is this? I feel like this doesn't. Have a good meeting. Hi, Sergeant 10. How you doing, 10? 7 my experience is all I got at the moment. That's all what any of us got, you know. That's all what any of us have. Mentions for a keyword like vidIQ. Living the dream! The dream! I know they advertised that they could do, but obviously if it were that easy, they would all just subscribe for the pay for it. Not greedy or actually my channel is brand new and have exact amount of sales I thought I would have for a month. Just wondering if it would make it I could use it like vidIQ. Sign up for 3 months on the mind boy stuff. Other short tutorials. Just make you fall traction analysis, parallel analysis, solving all the content one like TubeBuddy, and I like it's keyword tools that I like. TubeBuddy in particular, look for videos similar to the ones I've just created to see how to best optimize the SEO. Recently signed up for the free vidIQ, and honestly it looks a bit better, but I have not played with it enough. It's a completely different grading system though, so I'm not sure which is the most reliable. Tags and keywords. I use the keyword analysis of vidIQ to figure out the type of videos to make in a certain category. Yes, I'm going to make the video about X one. Laying in bed with my kitty and her disapproving look every time I pet her. Cute, but you know she want it. You know she want pet. What are keywords everywhere? Trends, YouTube search. Interesting. Keywords everywhere. Our keyword everywhere extension also displays keyword level database. And you scroll, you can also see trends. vidIQ is user about from the keyword. We're also getting general overview of how the channel is performing and growing. So I don't. TubeBuddy. Keyword tool.io generates tons of long tail keywords based on the Google autocomplete. SEMrush. Keyword Dominator. YouTube auto suggest. Just for keyword. Start with seed key. Seed keywords are the starting part of the which is productivity. And use a metric to range compares added. Best of the keyword number 1. Google Trends was originally created for journals to find easy trending search. But now becoming a community valuable tool that helps marketing determine. Okay, what about keywords everywhere? Our keyword everywhere extension also displays keyword level data as you browse the YouTube platform itself. It shows the search volume ranking of videos per day of each videos. From search SI, you can also type this one. And I was trying to say make some music with FL Studio. Wish me luck. I wish you the most of luck. If you need anybody to hang out with, we'll be here. Let's see. Let's look at these. $10 a month. How goes you, man? I'm good. I'm a little eepy, but I'm good. I'm just trying to see if there's something like vidIQ that's not as poop. What is this one? This is $10 a month. We're trying to see if there's like a free alternative to vidIQ, because we've been using vidIQ, but it's really, the hard part of it is like really behind a paywall. There's a free version, but fully access the keyword function, you'll need to pay. Big yawn. Big yawn. Alright, well, we'll keep vidIQ, but maybe I'll do vidIQ in terms of using their website, because it's like breaking some of my stuff. I don't like it. What is this? What is this crouton? We can delete this. Probably needs to go in stream tools. So can, well, no, keymailer can stay. Yeah, okay. Stream tools done. I actually kind of want this to be out here. Yeah. This one. Seshify. Stream elements. This can go at the end. Multi-twitch. There we go. Find trending words. Okay, VTuber. VTuber's gone up this week, which makes sense. This week would be. Okay. That's valid. Alright. There are videos from other channel I want to remove. Let's see. We gotta look for. Cool. I'm glad it worked. Okay, where is it? This one has already been privated. Let's go to playlist. Let's do it this way. This one needs to be privated as well. Save. Alrighty. We did these two. Refresh this guy. Might keep this actually open in here at all times. That way I could have this in stream tools. Optimize, what does this do? I almost want to add like another. Ooh. Thumbnails. Add a channel. Ah, interesting. Okay, I guess I'd rather keep it on the main one then. Because the main one is a bit more important than the VOD channel. Okay. Stuff is almost done being moved. Let's do properties. Customize. Choose file. Oh. Oh, I remember. Is it in here? Folder icons. Archive icon. That's a good song. I like this. I like the file cabinet ones. I like these ones, the box ones. Magnet. I attract it. Cabinet. Yeah. What are the ones that I normally... They're like front facing, I think. Yeah, I'll take this one. Folder icons. Folder icons actually needs to move to like here or something. Okay. Oh my god, they have different colors? Oh, it's the background. I thought it was... Okay. They have an icon pack? Oh, there's a chicken. I have a chicken. Are there any other ones that I want? It'd be nice if all my things were like the same icon style, actually. I actually quite like these icons. These icons are nice. Kitty! Download. Save. Okay, and then we can go here, and then we can go to downloads. Sorry, actually, no, it's fine. Cancel. Be this one. All you need. What? Why didn't it apply it? Oh, it has to be an ICO file. I'm silly. You say that I'm the only one. ICO save. Choose file. Talk is sweet, don't mean nothing. But you like the way it sounds. Can I SCR CPY? Okay. Oh, go it. Simple-minded for icons. Go. this one. Why doesn't it work? What? Says Dojo when she sleeps. Let's see if I can click another one if that will work. Like this one. Okay, well, it looks like that one's just not gonna work. Actually, I should check. Look at the time. It's a cow. Oh, I love these icons. They're so cute. Did you mean that I'm the closest one around? Still like art? How would I wonder how I would search in this? Like art 3D maybe? Oh, they have art ones. Oh, you. Simple-minded. Ooh. Ooh. Browse. Okay, apply. Okay. There we go. Download and see if we can find a house. The Madonna, creepy girl that really sleep alone and hypnotize you like you wanna, and it bleed me dry. If not, this one works, I guess. Ooh, this one's also a good one. Don't worry, nothing. Ooh, I like this one for the file cabinet. Leave me an offer I can't refuse. Got it bad for you. Please come on over and ruin my life. Download parents echoes. Ooh, the juice box. I think I might do the juice box in the milk club. Just because that's one of the key items in the scene. But we'll see. You know it goes on the time. That was maker's poison. Who told me only lies? You're wearing nothing but your perfume. I love you. Make me an offer I can't refuse. What a path for you. Just come on over and ruin my life. My hand on the ants on the edge of a knife. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. That's a hippo! Here's a house. I like this one more. I'm gonna stick to the juice box though. Please come on over and ruin my life. My hair's only damaged on the edge of a knife. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. Please. Customize change icon. Browse. Ooh, I didn't download it yet. Projects, properties, change icon, browse, cheese box. My brother's soul. Oh, this one. Properties, customize, advanced. Oops, not that one. Customize, change icon, browse. Okay, apply. Keep catching over. Would it be possible to allow me to change the icons for the news section? Hi, goes the hello.
The water's boiling.
Hello. Hi. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. How are you doing? I'm just setting up icons for folders because I like it. Make me happy. Okay, so what don't we have? VTubing assets and the new VOD. So I think I have something for the new VOD. I like that icon. I need like a hat. I can't find hats. Hats. I want hats. Pretty good right now. I started a new job. Nice. What kind of job? Can you share? If not, that's totally fine. I'm excited for you. Today's a good day. You're like the second person that's coming and is like, I got a job, new job. And I'm like really happy because like the job market just isn't great. Walking doggies? Hell yeah. We love walking dogs. That's awesome. I'm very excited for you. We love hearing good news for chat. We love it. It's great. In Bulgarians. I'm only gonna do it for a little while before I move, but it's so much better already. Hell yeah, no, you get to get good exercise. Because you know you're moving about, and you get to hang out with puppies. And let's see what other awesome things is there. Great conversation topic, to be honest. And it's a good short-term job, you know. You just do it for a little while before you gotta go. But they have no hats. I feel like I missed the hat section. Inside the mountain, I see fire. Okay. Oh, stretching my back. Okay. See fire. Into breeze. I didn't download it. Do they have ones like it? No. It's fine. Properties, customize, change icon, browse. It just doesn't do anything. Whoa. I'm not fixing that. I'm not fixing the way I said that. Apply. Okay. Okay, so now this one, streaming assets is fine. This one. So if I like, I want to arrange, stream, VOD, pin to quick access. I want to properties, customize, choose file, downloads, serotonin, icon, this one. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Is it done moving stuff? Cool. It is. Cool. The other rods. And then what do I want to move next? I think we'll move Walk Amongst the Wilds. Malgo. I don't wanna listen to this song. I have to make a new playlist, by the way. New playlist. Bombastic dance playlist. Okay. I want to use an emote. Yeah, save. Bad boy. Like songs. I can remove. Love. Be bad. How do I recommend songs? Over. No, it's a little below. Yeah, here we go. Get busy. Getting hot in here. Add the gat one. Just a bombastic. Fantastic. Okay. And this one. This goes here. And then new folder. Fantastic. The 3D icon pack. Save. Do we have a timer thing in here? I had an idea for something. Ooh, I have another idea. Hold on. I think I got ideas going on in my head and I don't. Folder. Hub. The chat. These should be purple. Set color. Custom color. Dashboard. Stream tools, overlays. Fantastic. Chat. And then do I have that exported correctly? I gotta go pee. Fuck. I forgot to go pee before, but I gotta wait 2 pixels to done with this meeting because he's on camera. Fuck. They don't plastic. PNG export. That's what I get for drinking water. That's okay. Stream. Oh shit. I forgot that things in here are gonna get fucked now. That's okay. Clean crayon. Chat small. Oh my god, I have to go pee so bad. No, I don't. No, I don't. I overcome. Clean crayon, chat variants. This one, okay. Audacious. Set color clear. Test. What the fuck? MVP. Cool. Be a lot busting loose. I have to pee. Pixel's gonna be mad at me because I told him that I would go pee before. Oh no. Okay. Wait, I'll be right back. I go pee, chat. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And I'm gonna say, oh shit, I broke it too? God damn it. Hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Getting so hot, take my clothes off. Okay, I just gotta test something. Hi, I'm getting so hot. That's the wrong one. Better hot. Okay. If it was just copy. Got me red-handed, sitting the girl next door. of me. It was me. Oh no. Was it me? What? There's the west, the west. Oh. There we go. Downer was me. Was me. Hello. I am trying to fix because I made an oopsie idea, which it oh fuck. We're scripting today. After I do a bit of cleanup because I'm a silly Billy. Chat stream elements. Chat. Oh fuck. I mixed them up. No. Fuck. Dubba 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 dubba. Dubba 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 dubba. Dubba 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 dubba. I'm also being very silly today. And I'm listening to early 2000s R&B. Save. Test. Honky. Ooh, this one gotta get added to the playlist. To bombastic playlist. Louder, pump it, louder, pump it, louder, pump it, louder. Yo, wow. Thanks, thanks, Bobby. Removing all these other ones because I don't need these anymore. Pump it louder, 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 pump it louder. 1920, 1080. Copy. Said xylophone. That's very interesting. Alrighty. I realize this scene doesn't have any, it doesn't have alerts. Folder. The radio. That's the radio right now. Group. Damn. Oh, did I do that right? Hold on. There we go. On the stereo. Conquering the day till it's bad on Saturday? Yes, sir! You would have that correct, Amundo. That is Saturday. It louder, pump it, louder, pump it, louder. Some color, big screen color, this color, okay. Little bros. Right now. So would it be better over here? Maybe you are. Ooh. Sorry. That'll be better. Oh. Oh, that would be good there, though. Yeah, there you go. Bleeping you all right now. Me, Joe Paul, yeah, or Sean Paul, actually. Oh shit, the BRB stream too. Bleeping you all. Just me when we start. You won't. Oh. What's that color? Custom color. Weeping you out from the right of the church. You must start. Said John. That's okay. Ooh, I like that more. Yes. Pull that promo chick over here. Oh, BLT's not in here yet. Leaving you off. Keeping you off. Right on the chair. Oh, Bobby, do you want to see my gecko shop? I'll show you guys my gecko. There's an update. There's a new update. Why is there a new update? What's the new update? What's the new update? What did they fix? Added a run toggle. Oh, there's a run toggle now. Fixed audio. Fixed stolen items falling to the floor sometimes when the thief gets hit. Collection thief pop-up showing. Cool. You bet I darn diddly do. Hell yeah. I've been playing it a lot. I can play it while high, which is awesome. I got a cashier last night. So now I can just stock up the babies. I'm adjusting my blanket. I'm adjusting my blanket. Ooh, this song should be added to this playlist. Hold on. Light up sketches. Light up. Okay. So our shop is blue. This is our cashier. Oh, this is our cashier. His name is Todd. And we got the big basin. And then this is where we keep Series 2. And this is where we keep Series 3. And then also the music's kind of loud. Hold on. There you go. Okay. And then... Oh, I didn't mean to pull him out. He goes here. And then these are the special tanks. So we have special tanks. We have 4 special tanks. So these are the 4 special tanks. I think they're nice. I axed them into the wall. And then we have our special babies, which is in a special enclosure. Because this baby says no so much nicer than mine. Yeah, I close for like days just to like organize stuff. But the biggest thing, it was hard to balance cashiering and like the whole ordering the geckos and organizing them, because I organize my geckos in RGB format or red Roy G Biv. It's in color coordinated as much as it can be. But it's hard when I also have to check out the cash register because there's a 3 maximum customer limit. So what I normally do is I'll stick this palette. I'll stick the palette right here. So this is like my depot spot when I decorate, but it didn't want to do it, then expand, then have to do it again. That's valid. I probably shouldn't be doing that as much as I do it, but I liked it. I mean, I upgraded this place like so big that I have plenty of room for expansion in my opinion. So I just kind of did that first, and then I'll go back in. What's something in this? There's something in this. There's nothing in here. But yeah. So I've been really going gung ho with this game. Okay, this one's good. Okay, so I need and the palette thing, putting it automatically on the palette is a really nice thing. It's really good when you're doing like bulk orders of stuff. How many treasure chests have you found? Only 2. Because I don't know where the secret cave is, but I don't really care. I'm parkourly challenged, so it's not a big deal for me. Alright, I'm gonna go beach. I'll go to the beach really quick. I always start my day off with the beach if I can. I'm trying to finish the museum. I don't see a lot of seashells right now, so maybe not yet. I found 4? Oh gosh. Hi, Sucky Bubbles. Welcome on in, Raiders. Wow, how did their party this year? Succubus is cuter than a speckled pup. It's so true. And twice as devilish. That's right. Fancy gamer dabbling in all sorts of games from League to Dead by Daylight when they're not busy slaying with a digital pitchfork. They're chatting up a storm in English, Japanese, and Afrikaans. Wow, multilingual. Y'all best saddle up and join the ride because this streamer's hotter than a jalapeno in July. Welcome on in. Have you found the one near the lighthouse? Yeah, there's like an alcove one. We can go to it. But I suck at it. But hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. We're just having a little cozy work day. We're taking a little bit of break so I can show off my gecko store. But I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. And if you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, have fun chilling. We're listening to a bit of early 2000s R&B. They're like, there's this... And we're playing Little Gecko Shops. And there's a one... It's like in here. But I hope you had a wonderful stream. Yeah. And then there's like a... I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but like... There's a chest up there. But I just drowned because I'm bad. I'm bad at parkour. But I have almost all the she shells. I'm like missing some rainbow ones, but I don't know when the rainbows ones happen. There's a pink one. I've been trying just to pick up the ones that I don't have, but I end up just picking them all up. I have this one, but jumping is not easy in this game. It is not. But that's okay. I'm not really that concerned about making money in this game. I'm just concerned about getting geckos. But yeah, and then here's the museum, and this is... See, I got all these ones. I don't have all of the spiral ones, but I have all these ones. The flat ones, the round ones, and then I have two rainbow ones. And then these guys, and then I only have one arrowhead, but I have all these guys too, so... You need monies for the geckos? You do, this is true, but I'm making a decent amount of money selling the geckos, so yeah. I don't know if I want this to play in the background or not. Maybe. I'll try it. I'm gonna try it. Let's do a palette of... I think rainbow ones are like once a day. Yeah, I think they're like at night and once a day. I'm actually gonna put this to the highest one, because the animation kind of takes a second, and I have things to do. Half the museum is night shells, and the other half are day shells also. Oh, okay, I think I have to go at night more often then, because I don't often. I feel like I mostly play this game in its internal daytime. So. I also like that the shopping cart, they added a vacuum, so you can just suck up all your babies. Suck them all. Yeah, I just did that. Because I can't stand how slow it is, personally. Well, I like it when I don't know. It depends. And it just depends on my mood. But today, since we're playing this in the background, we're just gonna speed it up. I need, like... Hold on. This guy is also... He's so fucking slow. He only does 1 cent at a time. I mean, he's trying his best, but, like... Count faster. I also don't super like the vacuum noise. I wish it was a softer vacuum noise. I'm sure when you're high brain, you're going slow as a game, and so it's fine. Yeah. I'm like very focused. Gotta upgrade. I know. He's so fucking slow. I didn't know they'd start him off with the penny. I mean, it makes sense, but like, goddamn. Okay. Let me move the shopping cart. On the counter. Wasn't me. And on the sofa. Wasn't me. And it's somewhere. Hold on, I might do it like this. You can get multiple, it really helps. Oh yeah, I was thinking about getting another cash register, but I don't know yet. I don't know if I want another one yet. Oh. Might have sounded a little dumb. Actually, I want a bookshelf. I think. Oops. I'm still getting used to the controls again. Yeah, I think that looks okay. I do a lot of reorganizing of my geckos. Furniture actually does get more people to go into your shop. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I didn't know that. I just kind of add it where I feel it looks nice. Go in. That's my shit. This is wrong. Ain't no holla back, girl. No holla back, girl. Made a nice little sofa area. Yeah, I was thinking about like having just like a nice little seating area, but I don't know yet. Then go mad nobody used it. I don't think they programmed that in yet. That's why I just do a lot of plants. So I do a lot of plants. Alright, now let's get a bunch of purple boys. I'll put it on. I was gonna say, do it till our money runs out. Also, the range in this game is a lot further than I thought it was. Like, I thought the range was shorter, but it's not, and I'm happy about that. Ooh. Guy needs to go on sale right away. But yeah, they even added, like, tank decorations, what I really like, so. I've been around the track and like that. Don't even think about it. That's my shit. That's my shit. Ooh, another rare one. You can go in the castle. You can go in the castle one. Really have to upgrade this guy. I could do like... Actually, no. Can I afford another cash register? Oh, but if I buy another... Fuck. Never mind. That's fine. I'd rather lose the business than have to, like, think about getting another cashier. Like that. Cause ain't no holla back, girl. Cause ain't no holla back. What's wrong with these guys? I like not selling. Ain't no holla back, girl. Oh. No, he took them out. God damn it. Shit. That's my 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 shit. Is bananas. I found that if you just buy another cash register, they don't prioritize the one with the worker, and you end up doing more work. Ugh, gross. Man, that's fine. Luckily, I wasn't convinced to buy one anyway. I'm already busy trying to organize all my geckos. No holla back, girl. Sometimes I've been around that track and not gonna have this like that. Ain't no holla back, girl. Cause it ain't no holla back, girl. I also like how they float in the tank. They don't just walk in the tank. Some of them just kind of float. I think it's funny. Hi, Josh. Shit, that's my shit. That's my shit. That's my shit. And these are the yellow ones. Ooh-wee. How goes the work? I had to organize some stuff, so I did that instead for a little bit. I'm gonna run this in the background. Okay. Okay. Hello, Pickle. Hello, princess. Can't wait until you hit level 25, so hurry up. I'm about to get to level 21. Once this guy finishes, I think I might be at level 21. I lied. Let me buy more geckos. That doesn't do anything, okay. I don't know if that gives me more XP or not. It doesn't, though. Horrible. Whoa, what's that? What was that? Oh, there's statues. What the fuck? There's statues? What the fuck? They look kind of bad, though. Had a very good midi. Happy with how it's going. We'll give you tea later. Yippee! Sounds good. I'm excited. Another wizard. You're a wizard, lizard! I have so many green ones. I think yeah, it's capped. Nobody wants to buy those guys. I might discount those guys a little bit. Oh wait, that one's full. Not me. These are the yellow stripes. Just go next to the yellow dotted ones. I wonder what that bubble above their head means. I think it's just a distinct that they're different, maybe. Alright. Close. Save. Maybe do that like that. Okay. Set color. Set color. Make this color. I have to reorganize my OBS later. Okay. Okay. What's that guy? Start with Vibe and Shine, because I'll be fast. I got some new ones for this week. I was actually aware. There's not enough cat ones. I do like one cat one a week. Alright, we're gonna do the Get Blessed and then the tiny little concrete pavers. So this one. Oh, TikTok. Hi, Zodi. Also, I think I got everyone's confirmation for Wednesday, so I chose to do that. On the replay and turn the music up. We're wanting some more. Music up. It's a DJ on the replay. Turn the music up. I want to listen to more Rihanna. Oh my god, I finished. Cool. Oh my god, why are you so big? Okay. So goodbye to what do you want? We'll do the paver one. This made me happy, but do they have one where they're actually like laying the tiles? Actually, no. I'll talk about how specifically it made me happy when she pulled the like mini fairy papers out, and it looks like little chocolates. And I wanted to eat them. Yeah, that's my plan. Replay. And then I have to find my phone because I have to share another playlist with myself. Music up right now. This is the wrong thing, this one. Music up right now. Turn on the feeling. Hands up in the feeling. To the feeling. Where's my chunky cats? To the feeling. To the feeling. I just re-like it. DJ one on the replay. Actually, no, I have to send it to myself. And I want some more. Turn the music up, no one more. DJ up on the replay. Turn the music up, no one more. This one. Back. This one, this one, this one. I really need to, like... Funky black cat. I need to, like, bookmark this. So I'm not, like, fucking doing it every time. That should go in video editing resources. No, 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 come on. No, come on. No, no, come on. Oh, this whole page is about them, follow. I didn't know that. We should borrow some of the hashtags, actually. By borrow, I mean use the same ones that they use in their videos. I'm turning back. Okay. Let's try to see if this works. Check on these guys. We need more blue boxes. The smell of it. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but chains and whips excite me. I may be bad, but fucking go in there. Sticks in the air, okay. Oh wait, no, it's the other ones that go in there. It's the banana split one. Stop. Whips excite me. Sad boys. Orange boys. More blue boys. Come on, come on. I like it, like it. It was fun. Sideline. I wish I didn't want anymore. Be bad, but ooh, a chicken. A chicken. Stones may break my bones, but chains and whips excite me. There's another song by Rihanna that I really like that I'm not remembering. I don't remember what it was. Hold on. Maybe it was from Her Girl Gone Bad Reloaded? Is that Rehab? No, it was Disturbia. Disturbia was the one that I liked. Okay. Chains and whips excite me. I'm perfectly good and it's 6 in the air. I don't care, I love this man. Technically, I feel like that. Orange. Don't think about it. Ooh, I didn't leave a spot for purple. We need one more tank for purple. Oh, it's fine. You can leave purple there. Give place. Alright, that's what I'm doing. No. Thank you for the head pads. Mean. bad life in my head. I can call it and sing it. Even like to come and grab you. I don't know why these are capitalized. They shouldn't be. Control you, it's too bad. Beauty of wonder, we go play nice. We might just go under with a thing twice. As soon as I said be right. Just tell me that. Hey, that one worked. How did that one work? This one didn't have any. You just do what you like. Tell me that. It's tell me that. Funky. Okay. Oh, I need those videos again. It's about the other thing that I do. No. Grab you, keep up inside you and consume you. These are the mind, it can control you. It's too like a monster. This will be too retired. It'll play nice. Hold me up, but then it's wild to me mine. And then disturb your life. It's darkness in the night. So this is to May 8th, May 4th. Bum tee dum bum bum tee dum dum bum bum tee dum bum bum tee dum bum 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 tee dum bum bum tee dum bum tee dum bum bum tee dum bum. It's me from the skies I'm in high into the. Oh, alright, that's how I do this. You wonder ain't gon' play nice. And I just go under the thing twice. Hurry up to it's hard to be right. And stay me up. It's in line. Stay me up. Dee dom bom bom be dom bom 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 dee dom bom be dom bom. Screw these up a little bit. I should take a new picture with this. Let me do that now. Nope. Looks how we make fun on the phone and nothing right picture right time. I'm not acting so close. If I could escape into my whole world, I could be a favorite girl. Oh, that's not where they save it. Fuck. Screenshot sort by date. Crop it a little bit. baby. Little hazy. Mm-hmm. Vibe and shine. 18. Should 18. Just do. Who's me to the sky? It is my change my mind again. Be sweet, sweet. Oh, been a real bad girl. Thumbnail. There you go. Better. Okay. Image and cell. This guy. So we not only got a thumbnail. Sings chonky cats. And food that isn't food. I mean, that concrete came out so smooth. It looks like chocolate. And then I need for you to get high. Let me sweet. Okay. Starting off this summer. Starting this week. We got to see the beautiful this black chonky cat. The way they stick their tongue out with no brain cell called to me. I mean, this video didn't even have hashtags or a description, so it had to be fake. Yeah. How we doing on geckos? Like, running low on purple geckos. Honestly, I shouldn't be allowed to do this until I finish a script. Okay. Next, we got to see how maybe fairies would make their own path. This TikTok creator thought the neatest way to transform their house had a bit of its stump exposed. Accenting it with tiny papers. So check the videos on their page. Also, you can't tell me that when they pop the cement out of the molds, you didn't want to eat them like chocolate. Finally, we have our blessing from our what is that thing called? Love with near whoa. The non-holy pigness. We got blessings from our non-holy pinkness. Please have a moment of silence as they share with us. And then I'll just like cut to that. Wait. Finally, we have our blessing from the non. Please give me more sight. Finally, have our blessing from the non who with this. Please have a moment of silence as they share with us their hymns. Your book. Just their blessings. To get the full blessing, however, so it'd be, I have to like play it to see how it would go. Finally, we have a blessing from our non-holy picnics, so please give them almost honest as they share with us their blessings. For the radio version, so much more. Wow, explicit version of the song caught me by surprise. I've heard the. Yeah, I know, but I like it. Fuck you. Like me hearing Sabrina Carpenter's song where she says, like don't play with me, you little fucker. In the Fortnite version, she says little sucker, and I don't like it. Say the word fuck. Because there's usually a reason. You okay? How it goes? We're good. A little slow, but good. How are you doing, Soviet, though? I know. To hear the, get the full blessing. To hear the full blessing, pop over to their page and drop them a follow. Finally, we have a blessing from the non-holy picnic, so please give a moment of... Fuck. I'm vibing, resting after a day of work. I hope work was good. So please have a moment of silence as they share with us their tidings of pinkness. To get the full blessing, pop over to the page and drop them a follow. Okay, I think that's good. I think we got it. I just have to wish you the best of luck. Get you. Baby, baby, why you wanna hurt me so bad? So bad, bad. I tell my mama, but she told me this is one for your dad. Oh, we're running out of stuff. Hold on. Why, baby? Yeah. Okay, that one's done. So this one say, oops. Girl, I know. Fuck you. Change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck her too. If I was with ya, I'd still be here with ya. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? All this pain in my chest, I still wish you the best. Fuck you. Your thing, do your thing. Down, do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Get yourself. Now walk it by yourself. Do your thing, do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. Down, do your thing, do your thing. Oh, everyone got sold. Good, 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 good. Down, do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. Right to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left. To the left, knock it, knock it, knock it, knock it, knock it. Yourself, walk it by yourself. Right to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left, knock it, knock it, knock it, knock it. Walk it by yourself. Ooh, you can go in the castle. The castle's empty. Castle is empty. Do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, 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 do your thing, do your thing. Down, down. Dude, this song is so good. I just really like R&B dance music, I've learned. Left, the left, the left, the left. Yourself. To the right, the left, left, the left, the left. Kick now, kick now, kick now. So walk it by yourself. It tickles your brain in the right way. It does. It just makes me dance, which makes me happy. I think very dancey or a very bassy music, because R&B is rhythm and bass. Songs with good rhythm and bass really just get me good, which is probably why I like ADHD music, or a lot of more like techno-y music. Do your thing, do your thing. Down, down, do your thing, do your thing. I'm upgrading this guy. Upgrade 10k. Stop, new stop, new stop. Oh, I can't upgrade him again. Baseline junkie? Hell yeah! So hot. That's what that one's for. Good gracious, I was bodacious. Oops. I really don't need these bigger shells, I'm gonna be honest. Recently had a binaural sounds. I read recently that binaural sounds are really good to help people with ADHD concentrate. That makes a lot of sense. I also think my Adderall hasn't kicked in, so I'm like just kind of doing whatever makes me happy. But what is technically binaural sounds? What does that mean, you know? Take off all your clothes, I am getting so hot, I'm gonna take my clothes off. I want the small ones again. Prefer the small ones. Binaural? Binaural? What does this mean? Really just using both ears. I do like sounds that differ left and right. Not that I would ever know, because I wear my headphones off my ears. I'm gonna try it. I'm trying. I feel like I have to yell because I can't really hear myself. How do people get used to speaking with a headset on? You can't hear yourself. Take my clothes off. And you can, but it's like you hear your head voice. It's weird. I don't understand how y'all do this. Might not be able to sell the big one just yet. Is he at least doing 2 cents now? Yeah, he is. Okay. Headset has a setting that you have to put the headset. Have to pull the headset mic out. Oh. I know some music just does that. There's some music that just does that. That has like the left and right difference. I hear, take off all your clothes. I am getting so. I'm talking about the can't hear yourself thing. Yeah, but if I hear the feedback of myself through my headset, I'm gonna freak out. So. I am getting so hot. Oh, it's different? It's not feedback? Okay, we'll have to try it. We'll have to try it then. So I can hear my head voice, which makes sense because that's just vibrations. No, I bought the wrong boxes. Fuck, okay. Oh well. Sounds good, Pixels. Just put them. Whatever. Nope, it's gonna bug me. Boom, boom, boom. Got that. Boom, boom, boom. Bought the raw head voice. Yeah, like, if you cover your ears with your hands, you can still hear your own voice. You know? It's what I call the head voice. Yeah, there's a few pink ones in this. Boom, attacking my style. I'm on that next now. 8. You throw 2,000 in late. Thought you were hearing other voices? No, it's just my own voice. Mine has the same thing, which is why I keep the mic out on mine, even though that's why you do that. Wait, can we do that with mine? I want to try it. I'm not doing anything. Are you doing something? You're not in your meeting anymore. Show me. Like, I'll stick it out. It's out just a little bit. Okay. Oh, you mean the program that I don't have downloaded because last time I downloaded it broke my headset? Okay, never mind.
So I don't know if it's on by default, but can you hear yourself?
What?
Can you hear yourself better?
So if I talk, I can still hear myself. I can hear myself talking through the mic.
So you can hear it.
Yeah, it's like I can.
Because it's not the same as going through the audio. It should be like instant.
Yeah, it does sound like.
Where's the mute button?
Well, you can try it. It just sounds like I'm talking through the thing and I'm hearing it in real time, which isn't.
No, this is not.
Like, you know how you can hear yourself, you know? It's different. I don't know how to explain it.
Is this doing anything? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's. Is it enabled? It's enabled. You just have to be close to your mouth because it's really subtle. So I think we turned it down in the settings before we uninstalled it.
But this headset doesn't have it.
Have what?
It doesn't have the. We never downloaded the SteelSeries stuff with this. I can still hear it. I can still hear myself.
Yeah,
but it doesn't have to be that close. It's the same audio level.
Okay, so talk now.
Okay, now I can hear my head voice.
Yeah, okay. Now we unmute it.
And yeah, and now I can hear myself through the headset.
Okay, so if it's good enough for you when it's further back, then
okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is weird. I'm trying it.
Yeah, because it's not delayed.
Yeah, it's like in real time. I can hear it, which is like muting my head voice.
Yeah.
Audio's weird, guys. Especially with whatever. Yeah, whatever. It was so hard. It's so much harder to hear.
No, see, this isn't because you're neurodivergent. This is because you're traumatized.
Ah, but how am I supposed to hear you now? What?
You're not. I'm leaving.
What if you need to tell me something? What if you get stabbed and you yell?
Oh, you'll hear me.
Okay. Maxwell says I'll hear him. I don't believe it. There was a hairband in my chair. Neuro spicy, yeah. There was a hairband in my chair, and I think my cat took it. So I want to tie my hair up. Oh my god, there's a lobby ID? Oh my god. Forgot Gecko Shop Sim will soon be multiplayer. Stab yourself and Korean gets approved. No! Don't do that. Don't stab yourself. Just to prove it. Don't do that. It stresses me out. Don't do that. Where do you listen to the song? Let's go here. This is another song I'd add to this playlist. This was never the way I planned. Not my intention. Your thoughts so where you thinking hand. Lost my obsession. It's not what comes. Was that you yelling? Okay, well, to be honest, that just scared me, and I didn't really want to say anything because I was scared.
See, now you know what it'll sound like. It'll sound like your internal voice is screaming at you that you're afraid.
That didn't make me want to act, though. That made me want to...
It's okay, I'm not expecting you to act. I'm expecting you to hide in the corner like normal.
No, but what if you die?
Then you'll be safe in the corner hiding.
I don't want you to die after the nightmare I had last night. Chat, I had a nightmare last night that I am a psychopath and I murdered my mother. I grew up. Why is my mic so loud? Am I just being loud? I think I'm just being loud. I think I'm being louder because I can't. So I don't know what's happening. What was I saying? I had a nightmare that I found out that I actually grew up in shipping containers. You're talking really loud? Okay. It's probably because I'm not used to wearing this. I feel like I'm deafened. It's weird. But it turned out that I was that I grew up, so most of my childhood I grew up in a shipping container, and not until I was like 10 did I get out of that and started living a normal life. And because of that, I would black out and have psychotic tendencies, and I would hurt people, and I apparently stabbed my mom and I killed her. But because of that, I had to get an arranged marriage, and I couldn't remember Pixels for some reason, even though I knew Pixels was real, and it was a bad time. This song does the left and right thing. It just did it in my headset. That was weird. Oh, I'm making my brain feel funky. I kissed a girl and I liked it. Stop her cherry chopstick. We're running so slow out of geckos. Lane hears audio for the first time. It did the left and right thing, where like an audio source goes from the left side to the right side and back to the left side. I was like, whoa. I don't know if I like this, guys. I don't know if I like wearing my headset like this. And most people just call that audio. No, it's 3D audio, because you feel like instead of it being centered, it's like if you fuck off. It's different. It's not normal. Not all songs do that. Like in Joji's songs, if you have just left on, you can hear his voice. But if you just the right on, you hear the bass. I don't think I can have this running in the background. I think I have to like tab out and tab back in. Not that. Don't do that. Why did it do that? Okay. I'm trying to get used to this. This is... This is hard to get used to. I gotta change one thing in here. Where's my gecko shops in? Oh, this is also another thing I have to do. Most audio in the world is made for 2 speakers. Sometimes music is just not. It's just mono though. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, this is a PG, that's one. I have to change stuff in here. Need a calendar. Need a calendar icon. See a butter icon. You see a calendar. Oh, there's one. Can't wait until you get we get a surround speaker set up from their TV and you jump when it plays behind you. Then I cry and I piss myself. Yep, sounds good. Sounds good to me. I mean, I really like audio and having like high quality audio. I stunt myself when I'm on my PC. I handicap myself when I'm on my PC. That's not what I wanted. Customize, change icon, browse, calendar, okay, apply. What else we got? Serotonin. I also feel like I a bit have horse blinders on when I have both of my headphones on. Stream tools. I have a gear. I'm not seeing like a hammer. I want like a hammer. Oh my god, they did. Oh my god, they do. Oh, yes. What is going on in your room other than your stream though? My cat. I like to know when my cat's in here. Like Moira just walked in here, but I didn't hear her. I just kind of see her at the corner of my eye. Nope. She's here. She was on my craft desk for a second, and then she popped down. She can be in other places in other minutes. Just saying. No. Okay. No. One cat to rule them all. Okay, understandable. What's this in my USIBCD? Tools to the profile exports, music. I don't like it in here. This one goes in here. This is old overlay stuff. Okay, I think that's good. It's pretty organized, I think. Alright. Oof. Okay. Okay. What's next? Let's do V highlight. No Pokeballs. I can't type. Okay. Can't you ride? Let's see. Okay, this is gonna have to be a shutter encoder thing, I think. Who's excited? We all our hands up. The hands on my body. And you before I think I remember those eyes. Boop. Boop. Bada boom. This is Pokepause. Tonight. Shutter encoder. Video editing. Oops. There you go. Video editing. This one will be a little bit harder because it's not as much moving content, I feel like. But let me look at, ooh, hold on. They have model showcases. Glorp. The Billy one. This one. Do the frog one too. Oh, they did an SCP-999 VTuber model. That's so cute. I do want to take like a recording of this. Their art is so good. I love how cute and fun their art is. Oh my god. See. These all, oh, it's PNG, thank god. Just 2, 1, they make such cute VTuber models. Oh, I'm dying. What you say? It's gonna be different because I don't have. Okay, let me also ask for one thing. The TikTok. Myself, cause it's not as me as I go. Up to you go. Just together. But that's so hard. And for you to say. Oh my god, I love their layout. Oh my god. Oh, they're so cute. They have a little, instead of drawing with a pencil, they draw with a little stick. So cute. Say, Can I use this? I don't know if it'll fit. What to say, Don't know what to do. Pretty pause. Anything for you. Say, that's the only did well. Of course you did. Hey. 31. Save. Okay. So image. Welcome by. Just be looking like that. Be fly. Who the beat? Just do maneuver feet. Oh yeah. So I roll. Followed this UK artist. On my their art is not only clean, it's also incredibly cute. I know it. Goblin, cottage core, cute. Digital art, artist, green, mushrooms, service. Look at that body, girl. Look at that body. Okay. I kind of want to grab, actually, show it, see, and I know it. It was down here, wasn't it? Maybe it was higher up. I go too far. Might have. Yes, I did. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Oh, man. Wait, this one might be better than the one I just downloaded. Ship some of the pictures of their physical merch as well. I think that would be a good idea because they also sell physical merch. I think their shop store Etsy. Okay, so gotta mention the Etsy. Adorable green and a cottage core. What more could you ask of a V artist? This green, talented, and cottage core. What more could you ask of a V artist? This adorable magnitude. Yeah. That isn't only digital, but also physical as well. Their talent ranges from creating a plethora of live 2D models. They even have some pre-made models that you can use today. You can use today. Poke creates adorable art that isn't only digital, but also physical as well. Their talent ranges from a how is it? Poke's talent ranges from light 2D models, from creating his talent artistic talents include creating live 2D models, and even has some premium models that you can use today, such as Glorp Alien Cat. Even you as a baby. Models for VTubers like Sky. What's the Sky Dragon? Sky. What is that VTuber's name? Is there like a plush dragon? Rocks? It's not Rocks. I got a pocket full of sunshine. I gotta know whether it's on my nose. Sky T. They might not be on. To go pee. For Sky T. And, this one, Billy. Model for Billy Bust Up. Billy Bust Up. See Billy Bust Up. And even they have listed on their Ko-fi. Listed on their Ko-fi. Lovely. Coffee are some. Even you as a baby. Has lovely showcases that you can check out to see the full and toggles that they have. They often post on. Do they post on here more? I don't know what they post more on. I have to post on Blue Sky and Twitter to check out not only their latest 2D creations, but also for physical art such as buttons, keychains, and more over on their Etsy. Okay, time to go pee. Time to go pee and then a little bit of Big House Chops in. Be right back. For what? For why?
It's the internet time of day. God, why are the buttons different?
What do you want?
Network usage is one of the network. Okay. Yeah, just have that up, and then if it drops in 10 minutes, then we'll you can see it on your end, and I'm watching it on my end.
Okay.
Because yeah, it should say about the same, and then all of a sudden it disappears.
Okie dokie. I'm tired of pissing, guys. I'm pissing every hour. I'm tired of it. Green, talented, and controller. What more could you want from a VR artist of this adorable magnitude? Poke's artistic talents include creating live 2D models for VTubers like SkyT and even Billy Bustup. Listed on the cover are some premium models that you can use today, such as the Glorp Alien Cat for all your space needs and even you as a baby, which has lovely showcases that you can check out to see a full range of motion and toggles that they have. They often post on Blue Sky and Twitter, so be sure to check out their okay, so that's where I'd probably like pop in some like there are like a bit more. These guys, and then they often post on Blue Sky and Twitter, so be sure to check out not only the latest live 2D creations, but also physical art such as button, keychains, and more. Part of me just kind of wants to scroll through their Blue Sky to do it that way. I want to do it that way. Or do I want to do it through Twitter? I do it from Blue Sky because I think Blue Sky just has their stuff, which is good. Okay. And you know yourself. Alright. I need a lot less footage than I think I do. And you know it's okay. It's okay. Toot. The highlights. Save. Boop, boop. What I have for our tips this week? I want to do a new painting technique, I think is what's next. I can boogie all night. Down. Just tonight. Painting techniques. Delgado is a decorative technique. Oh, okay. Stippling. Ooh, I like this image. Hold on. Just screenshot the entire chart. Stencils, masking, hard edge. Some painting techniques that you might want to try. Smoky effect. This sfumato is Mark's favorite secret technique of Leonardo da Vinci. Sfumato is an Italian word for smoky, and this quality you can see in many of his paintings, especially in the Mona Lisa. He explains after priming the panel, transferring the drawing, creating the underpainting, and establishing the glaze, all similar to Da Vinci. Mark demonstrates the sfumato technique by mixing up flesh tones to create a highlight. Okay, so the sfumato. Serpentinous contours. Line and color. This isn't exactly what I was looking for. In tight jode purrs and a cloud of brown hair, Leonardo carrying his all small pictures. Space, students from the mirror. Originally called the girl with the turban. This painting is meaning of the orange tone. Types of painting techniques like impasto technique. What's this? Stipple. Ooh, stipple might be good. Oh, impasto. Wet into wet, impasto with brush blending. Come, my lady. Okay, here we go. Wet on wet, soffigato, dry brush, blended brush stroke. Okay, this is a good set of stuff. Let's do this one. Stoof, done. Okay, so we'll do wet on wet. Wet on wet is a variety of direct painting in which brushstrokes are applied on top of the work, and worked into the paint beneath them, while both layers are fresh and wet. The wet on wet technique allows you to mix colors directly on the canvas. The technique also enhances fluid, spontaneous brushstrokes, since a wet layer underneath allows a newly loaded brush to flow easily across the surface. Use a soft hair brush and applying different amounts of pressure to the brush. Okay, so wet on wet painting technique. Wet on wet painting technique. Techniques. So something is brush brush use software one kind of pressure. Is this Wet on wet painting has been practiced alongside other techniques in development of oil painting and was used in several such as Van Eyck in the Hour for Kneeling portrait and Brogdor. I wanna see. Forehead wet. Painted mostly wet on it, the forehead proportion is white and black. Luma Prima redirects for the restaurant. Wet on wet or alla prima, direct painting or al primacou, is a painting technique in which layers of wet paint are applied previously administered wet paint. Used mostly in oil painting, the technique refers to a fast way of working because... Huh? Are you interested in learning the arts? Would you like to learn how to paint? You have a built-in paintbrush on your butt. You do. Okay. Are we looking at wet blending? We are, which is apparently called wet on wet. Portrait of Jan 6. Sure, we'll use this one. We'll use this one. Where is this? So there's a wet on wet method. There's a wet on watercolor. In watercolor. Okay, so this would be in more. Okay, yeah, I know how to. Lots of Warhammer example of this one if you need them. Really? Technique. Painting. Wet blending. Ah. Well, also, yeah, I was gonna say oil paints and watercolors. Yeah, the Wikipedia web page was showing. Yeah, I'll do this guy's one. Kind of want to see the clip of it. This camera keeps getting out of focus. Just want to see an example of it, man. Just want to see someone just wet blend something, you know? That was good. I like that. Okay. Alright, so we're going to talk about wet on wet technique. Hold on, I need this guy. The other screen really quick. Think wet on wet, impastos, graffito, dry brushing, which will reference again, I think mini painting, and then blended brush strokes. Okay. Wet on wet technique. I'm just gonna yell wet on wet. Wet on wet. Wet on wet! I mean, squig painting when? That's a good question. I still need to set up a, like, I have a space for it. I just need to set up the camera so that way I can do it. Because I do want to paint squigs. I want to paint squig. Actually, there was, Pixel showed me a 3D print of a pig wearing a helmet, and I kind of want to paint that, to be honest. Let's see. Sessions. The drawing process can take several days to weeks. A pig wearing a helmet is a pig named Hamlet. I wish, that'd be so cute. Helmet 3D print. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know where Pixel saw it. He like showed it to me offhand. Cause low key, I kind of want to paint something bigger than squigs. Cause squigs are so tiny, and I don't think I have that fine motor controls yet. Oh, look at this guy. It was from Loot Studios. Is this a place that you get stuff from? Was that, what did I see? What was that word? Fantasy. I saw the word fantasy. Yeah, I saw the Loot Studios one this weekend. Where's the piggy? I want to look at it! I want to look at the pig. Where is it? Where's the pig? I just want to look at the pig. I do not, but a friend showing it to me, it was a mini subs. Yeah, Pixels has it. Pixels has it. Pixels, send me a picture of the piggy. I mean, maybe I can look it up this way. Loot Studio Pig. Ah, I found it. Hi, Gobbo. This piggy. Oh, he's so big. I don't know if I'd want him to be this big, though. That's a bit big for me. But, like, I want to paint him. I want to paint him. I do want him that big. Like, he's so cute. I want. Oh, that's a different pig. Why do I don't have to deal with it? Easy. We print it for you, and then we can send it to you. Wink. Wink. Hamlet! His name is Hamlet! I want him. Devouring, because you're the only person I think that would take offense, would you care if the squig painting stream turned into a Hamlet painting stream? I print Hamlet and then I paint him. I love him. He's so cute. You live so far away? I do not live so far away. If I lived in the UK, then it'd be a problem. I live in Oregon. I don't have a Hamlet. Oh, are you convincing me to do the squigs? I mean, fine. 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 Sludnesh squigs it is. As long as you're paying minis, I am happy. Okay, we'll do squigs, but they're gonna be Sludnesh squigs. I don't know what intro to put this for. This painting technique is wet and wild. Insert splash and moan sound. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Teehee. Well, kind of. This. What are you thinking for Slightlyaboveaverage squiggies? I'm gonna paint them purple. Extra teats? No, hold on. Let me look at the squigs that I have. Squigs. I have these guys. Probably just paint them purple. I'd try to paint them like this, but I'd paint them like purple. And then, hold on, I gotta look at Slaanesh. I don't know if I could modify them. I don't really want to modify them. I'm not smart enough to modify them yet. Because I don't like this guy. I'd probably do like this guy and this guy. Those two guys. To start. Been lurking, but do you paint minis? Not really. I have minis that are not finished that I should finish, but I wanna. Like, there's a shark squig that I wish I had. If I had a shark squig, we would have already had the mini painting stream. This guy? If I can make a shark squig, bro, I would. And he'd already be painted. We'd already be streaming painting it. But yeah. I'm thinking of, like, Slanesh colors, I think. I don't really know. I just picked the cutest thing at the Warhammer stores, and the squigs were pretty cute. Anyone who owns mini has unpainted minis. That's valid. I just kind of picked the cutest thing, and so that's what I picked. Slanesh. How would I make them Slaneshian squigs? I'll probably make them like purple. It'd be cool if I could do this like white purple thing that's going on with this one. They have like the white. Oh, they have like the white, and then in the shadows it's like purple. That'd be kind of cool. And then let's see. I'd have to make like the lower lip a different color. The lower lip I'd make goth. I'd give them like a black lip. And then their teeth. I think I'd just do white teeth. But we'll find out. I'll do that maybe next week. Maybe next weekend we'll do that. Yes! Okay, wait. I want to have a trade with Pixels. Pixels, if I finish painting, like fully painting, at least 3 squigs. 3. Wait, how many were in the pack? Maybe I should do more than that. What? Oh, don't send me the file. Squigs. How many are there in the pack? Okay, there's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, trade. If I paint 5 squigs fully, will you... Can we have a Hamlet painting stream? Can I have a Hamlet painting stream? If I finish 5 of them. Yes. Yes! Okay, wait. I gotta do this. Finish painting 5 squigs equal Hamlet painting stream. I will learn how to print Hamlet for you. It seemed not too hard. In the video that they had on it, they just cut him in half. See? They just kind of did his upper quadrant. And then they printed his lower quadrant. And then what will your paint scheme be for Hamlet? I'm going to make him like a moss pig. I think I'm going to make him like a mossy pig. And then I'm going to do like a mossy pig kind of look. Like a mossy pig. And then like, oh, I gotta open the link again. See, it's gonna be like, I think I'll make him like mossy. And then the brown on the helmet would look really nice in contrast, I think. And then the metal in the middle. But he'll still have like pink. Then his hooves will probably be brown. Yeah. Cottage core. Okay. My printer is set up for like construction right now, not details, so I would need to switch out a couple things to remember how to set up supports for him. That's valid. Boar piglet would look, yeah, like a boar. Like a boar. Boar pig. Resin print them. Yeah. Yeah, so I think like, well, this would blend in with the leather though. That's my only problem, is that he would blend in with the leather. I think, because like, I want to make like, hold on, I don't have my mouse. Because I'm thinking, like, this part would be brown. They have stripes. They do have stripes. Some of them have stripes. Like, oh, wait. Like this one? Wait. Like this one? I'd probably do that, but, like, with a pink and green. So I like, because, like, I want this to be brown. And I want that to be brown. And then I want the buckle to be silver. And then I want the inner parts to be pink. And then I want his back to be, like, green. Maybe. Only the piglets have stripes? Well, he is technically a piglet. If you look, he's kind of a piglet. And then we'd have, like, probably brown and accents for this. But we have to do the squigs first. I'm not allowed to have Hamlet unless I paint the squigs. So we have to think about the squigs first. You know? Okay. What am I doing? Oh, right. I was writing art tips. This technique is wet and wild. Just kidding. Teehee. Well, kind of. This technique, painting technique is known as wet on wet. I'd want a wet on wet painting. I would want a video of it. Just kidding, Teehee. Well, kind of. This painting is known as wet on wet. What was it? There's another name for it. Or alla prima. Alla prima is a traditional painting technique where you blend your paints together while still wet. This technique, it has been around since the well, one has been practiced alongside since the development of oil painting. Since the development of oil painting, but has been seen as a technique used in other forms of paint mediums, such as watercolor. This technique has been around since the development of oil painting, but has been seen as a just kidding. Teehee. Well, kind of. The painting technique known as wet on wet or alla prima is a traditional painting technique. Is a technique that was developed. Technique that I want to do like a different. Where a new layer of paint is added to the previous layer while still wet. This creates a soft blended look between colors, giving a nice gradient. This technique has been around since the development of oil painting, but has been seen as a technique, but is also used as a technique in other forms of paint mediums such as watercolor. Modern perspective on this type of painting style can be seen with mini painting. That's right. Even Warhammer junkies know about this trick. You can see here in this example where they blend the various colors with one another while keeping the paint wet. This allows for more maneuverability in the form and gradient style. This allows for more time to adjust overall look while also that's right, even Warhammer junkies know about this trick. You can see here in this example where they blend the various colors with one another while keeping the paint wet. This allows for more time to adjust the overall look while also keeping precise oops. Also keeping a precise how much pretty each layer. That's right, even Warhammer junkies know about this trick. You can see here in this example where they blend the various colors with one another while keeping the paint wet. This allows for more time to adjust the overall look while also keeping a precise hand on how much gradation goes on between each layer. Not bad. Gib. Change. Wanna celebrate. Dance so free. This is the wrong one. Wanna celebrate. Folder. History. Break. This technique has been around since the oil painting. Well, so I'd also want these. Art tips 30. Save. Actually, I don't want this one. Save. Is there anything else I need to download? I don't think so. Just kidding, this was so small. So I'd want and then yeah, that would go here, and then we have the technique of the painting video, and we'll do little clips of different areas where they're painting, and then the painting. That's right, we're giving Warhammer. Don't know about this, and I need a Warhammer meme. That's actually pretty funny. I like this. My only fear is that if I die, my wife will sell my miniatures for what I told her I paid for them. I like that one. That's funny. Save. You can see here in this example. Okay, I think we're good with that. My brain is still so slow right now. Wet on wet technique. Blur transparent. Oops. Ooh, that's a really good visual example. Oh, that's a really good visual example, actually. Hold on, give me this. Oops. Export. Tips. Have you ever seen Drive Beyond Horizons? I don't think I have. Let me look at it. Oh, goodness. What is it about? Drive Beyond Horizon is a procedurally generated open 3D world sandbox driving game with heavily emphasis on vehicle customization. Why would I not just play Pacific Drive? Oops. This is multiplayer. Okay, good point. Point taken. Point taken. Two. There's a demo right now if you ended up wanting to try it at some point. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I don't even have a game for... I don't think I have a game for this week, so... I don't think. I'll have to check. Oops. Insert image and cell. No, let's say this. That's fine. Meaning technique for y'all. This one, my chat showed me that it has more data usage. Blending, watercolor, oil, Warhammer 4K mini, painting, wet. Okay. Okay, so I did art tips. Page cover, upload cover image. Art. Save. And then the last two are V stars and the other one, okay. Oh, you saw someone playing that today? Oh, interesting. We have no games for this week. Do I wanna do Drive Beyond Horizons? I'd rather do Pacific Drive this week, I think, is what I'd rather do. SteamDB. I know it went down for ages, but it's finally back. Welcome back. We missed you. What are we working on? We're working on video scripting. Scripting videos. It's 20, right? We're on 20, right? We're on 25. Oh my god. 24. 25. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Let's do it. Whoop whoop. Scripting, yeah. It's fun. I like scripting. Now we need the logo. We need the logo. Where's the logo? Why don't they have Steam? Yeah, so it's logo pin bottom left. Pacific Drive. Thick. What the fuck? I like this game. This is a good game. I'm gonna play more of it. Ooh, I liked this one, but that's where my VTuber is in the bottom left. Let's do this one. What's the game? This is Pacific Drive. Pacific Drive. It's an Eldritch Horror driving game where you just drive around, upgrade, and customize your car and deal with anomalies. Independently. It's a pretty cool game. Highly recommend. Why didn't it? Open link. Got it. Store page. 8 out of 10 game. Would recommend. Hell yeah. This game's pretty cool. Save video as. I don't think I really need as much for roll for fun as I keep thinking I do, but I think it depends on. Face a supernatural danger of Olympic exclusion zone as your car is your only lifeline in this driving adventure. Yeah, this one. Oh god. What is that? Wait, did that just move? Oh god. And then we can have like me in a car. Yeah. Oh god, what was that? Wait, did that just move? Oh my god. Yeah. No. Yeah. Faces new percentage. Yeah. The humanity. Ahem. Well, I didn't do a record scratch in the last video. I have to fix that. I have to fix that. Face of supernatural dangers in the zone of driving. Was gifted this game from one of my friends, and I absolutely adore the storytelling along with the aesthetic and ambience. The aesthetic and environment that this game has. Play it on stream and I'm itching to play more. This game has different modes, customization, and endless possibilities. Pop on or drive. Take a drive over to Steam and grab this game for yourself today. Yeah. Then let's do hashtag. I don't think that. Ah! That scared me. I'm not logged in. I need a snack. My head hurts. I don't know female. Let's see, Pacific Drive, Aldrich, or Thriller, Car, Normally, Drive, Survival, Supernatural. Yeah. Pacific Drive Media Kit. I'm a media kit. They do! Oh my god, I love games that have press kits. Pacific Drive. I don't know which one I want. Because I really like their cover art. No, let's see if I can take this one. Not gonna work that way. Actually. There we go. I'm gonna do it that way. My hand is sticky and I don't like it. Ugh. Ghosty, if you're an anomaly, you're the best anomaly around. Mm-hmm. So it's gonna be 25. Save. Save. Insert image. Image and sound. Oh, I fucked that up. Don't you are. I like to consider myself an enigma, so I understand. Friends, I know I have played this game. How you make me blush? Well, you are pretty cute, so pretty easy to compliment. Kind of chill. Also mysterious and thrilling. Definitely check out Pacific Drive. There's gifted. Oh, you want to say Pacific Drive in this? Drive. Yes, please, someone help me. Help me. Edit labels. Oh, I didn't do the dates yet. Whoops. Wait, what is this for? Oh, this is for V-stars. 2 for 1 compliments out here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Video editing. All for fun. So we dry bop. To edit dates. This is for next Friday. Even the head pads. I was incorrect. Yeah, there we go. Nope. Edit dates. Save. Edit dates. Save. Thank you for the cheek pat. Okay. Okay. So please someone come and rescue me. It's V-stars time. Let's do... Such a big list. Let's do Nekomiki. My Master Charm. Oh my god, there's a vibe check left for me. That's for you. I'm back again. I'm requesting. I'm back again. Requesting person. Highlight you, but this time for my TikTok series known as V Stars. It's just a series. Um, um, um. We love Kesha in this house. Alright, Miki. I think I have to wait a second. Where's your credits? Where are your credits, Miki? Oh, is she streaming right now? Oh, she's not. Okay. Speaking of people streaming, who is streaming right now? I was browsing. I was lurking in Gordy's chat because I always do. I love ads. See, Gordy. Who do I give? Oh, Beezy. Oh my god. It's Beezy. She Glorpo. See, Jersey, BZ, Gordy. I saw someone else streaming as well. Oh, Renfinite. Renfinite. There's an underscore. Oh my god, so many people streaming today. Hi, V. And, wait, where is it? On Gabo. On to Gabo. Insane, go insane. Let me see them hands. Let me see them hands. I'm gonna unblur this. Hello, my love. Hello. There you go, BLT. About chat interaction and singing. Welcome to the lounge. In honor of my own bar, Miki's Place. I am focused providing comfy and fun space for their community online. Ooh, jazz and opera. I didn't know Miki did jazz and opera. Oh, I also realized why I explored my screen. It'll be fun. How bonkus. My brainess. Thank you for the daily bonkus though. It's not like a static image of Miki. Miki, just give me a picture. Please. I also have to find her artist parents. I'll do that in a second, though. I could use this. This one could work. 2 V-stars. Did I not copy it? There you go. I don't like how pixelated it is. Upsetty. Something I could do. I think I'll be fine. Nekomiki VT, Nekomiki. Oh, look. Okay. Do the whole thing. Export. V-stars. This will be 7. And nameplate. What? Save. Videos. Twitch Twitch club founder, right? VTuber club founder. Twitch club founder, partner, outstanding singer, and and interactive. Let me think. Twitch club founder, partner, outstanding singer, and let's do outstanding singer and the sweetest and meet someone. Anyone like the lovely Nekomiki. I spelled their name wrong over here. Credits. Alright. And then Reg is gonna be easy. I wanna rock right now. Oh, this is cute. I wonder if they've made any other VTubers. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, they're the one that made Kagome. Oh. No wonder I recognize them. adorable movements come from the lovely, the just as lovely artists. I think I already Nin Macaron and Jersey BC. Okay. Close. I'm gonna rock right now. Owner of Mickey's Place. Owner of the bar Mickey's Place. This VTuber focuses on providing comfy and fun spaces for their community to unwind after a long day. Ah, this is good. Owner of the bar Mickey's Place. This VTuber focuses on providing a comfy and fun space for their community to unwind after a long day, whether it's through yapping or Hi, Havoc. Not only that, this full-time content creator hi. Only that, as we mentioned, sweet as cotton candy VTuber, it's even trained singer that specializes in jazz and opera. This shares love and kindness effortlessly, and is even a trained singer that specializes in jazz. Check out the covers that they've done over on their YouTube channel. VTuber shares love and kindness effortlessly and is even a trained singer that specializes in jazz and opera. Check out their covers that they've done over on their YouTube channel. Mickey's adorable looks and movement come from the just as lovely artists Nini Macaron and Jersey BZ. I think that's pretty good. Hashtag, oops. Okay, hashtag bar. I think hashtag Twitch partner, hashtag yap. Singing. Okay. And then we go to let's go to clips. Let's do top 30 actually. Let's do and then My Chrome is, my browser's being so laggy. I know I'm doing a lot, but stop lagging. What's that boy? Key songs. Like, it has more than just these, right? This one might be harder because it's not. Doesn't Echo have another channel though? Hold on. Pretty sure she does. I just take the covers from Twitter then. Because I'm pretty sure she did another one. I love Miki's voice, dude. We're grateful to be able to say. To that I found out about Miki because of their boundless amounts of kindness, positivity, that they share within community, life, social media. All of it can be pretty dramatic. Giving creators like Miki hotel. It's about your boyfriend. The hotel fucking made my girlfriend. The hotel. Motel, Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn. Motel, Holiday Inn. Okay, cool. Oh. I'm changing the music. Hello. Down for this? Okay. Close this. I think that's everything. I might take a small break to play some Gecko Shop Sim, and then we can do art and stuff. What that? Edit dates for next Thursday. Moira. Hi, baby. This is basically the owner. Would it be okay to replace the clip of one of my old TV models with a newer clip? Yeah, that's fine. For the lines, there's also updated version here tonight. Have them all of them? Two of them, yeah. That fake someone else. Pumpkin the yokai, give pumpkin. I will type it then. Pumpkin the yokai. There you go. This one save 2 3 cool. Boop. I have to edit this one too. Crap! That's what I get for getting. I might be mad because I moved my VOD. I just realized that. Can you move over here, please? Hi, Ellie. How are you? Waste my time. Loyalty. Cool. Actually, no. I put a different sound effect in there, so actually that's fine. This one. Don't count on me. Oh, my face is so warm for some reason. I don't like it. I don't like it when my face is warm because I think I'm getting like a headache. But I'm like, fine. Okay, so they wanted me to replace... what was requested? What if you guys were one of my old chibi models with a newer clip? Chibi models. I think it's that one. So what if you could replace one of my old chibi models with a newer clip? Also the clips to replace it for Can I paste images? Let's find out. I can't. Okay. One's brain. Or this one. Nope. Because I use this model. I gotta reread it. Please give it one of my old models. I think it's this one. Okay. What, this one? This one? Ooh, no. Oh. Oh my god. Nope. Nope, I'm doing it wrong. Copy link. Sorry, wrong link. There you go. Cool. Okay, I won't know that one until it's ready, so. Actually, I think I might not alternate long. I'll just do a Twitch clip every week. Might not be a bad idea. Okay. I will work on the clips later because I have to move stuff. Oh, why is it not responding? Actually, it would be this. Whoops. Not a Twitch clip. Alright, let's play some Gecko Shop. Gecko Shop time. Okay. Putting trash in my store. Alright. Hell yeah. I want more rare ones. I think that's why I'm still doing the purples, right? I think there's like one. Yeah, there's one gold one that I'm missing. I think there's one. Oh, let me check. Collection. Yeah, there's one that I'm missing in set 2, but I'm doing. Actually, no, I am doing set 3 right now. Come on, baby, give me a rare. Come on, baby, give me a legendary. Give me a legendary. Give me a legendary. Oh, I got a rare. Come on. Okay, you can go with your brother. Pop. Another rare, but I want a legendary. I mean, I can't complain about the rares. The rares sell really good, so. Pop, pop, pop. Speckled one. Another speckled one. Another speckled one. I really should be putting the speckled ones in the cart. That is not a speckled. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. Boop. I think that's all of them. Boop. 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 To be honest, I don't know if this large basin was worth it. I wish there was like a medium basin, you know? Like, why does it have to be large? Also, this one goes over here. Just a crosshair. Just to show that we can die. Or if we could have like filtered vacuuming, that'd be nice. It would be nice. But it's okay, I can put the video in my head. You know, I don't have arthritis yet, so I can put them in one by one. Come here, little baby. This guy. This guy is yellow. These guys are green. How many green do I have? 5? That'll be fine. Oop, I didn't get any dark blue ones with that one. With this order. With this shipment of geckos. Give the geckos. Excuse me. I'm trying to put geckos in here, sir. For your gecko-y enjoyment. I really wish people would stop talking out, like, right outside my window. Like, there are people talking right outside my window right now, and it's kind of not a vibe, chat. Right, time to buy the blue boxes. Hell yeah. Chicken. Chicken attack. Wait, can I, like, stand in this? Yeah. Commons. More commons. A thief. Out of here. Nope. 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 God damn it, please. Please. Oh shit, 2 rares. Let's go. Let's go, chat. 2 rares. Oh, those ones are still in there. Oh shit, I don't have room for the astronaut one. Chicken. There's a child out my window getting scolded for having goldfish in their room. And like the goldfish snacks, they're being scolded for having goldfish snacks. Hi, Kiwi. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Donut. Oh. Oh yeah, donut's gotta go over here. I forgot. Let me vacuum them. I leveled up. What's that? Is that a shiny box? I got shiny box 1. Yippee! You don't belong there. You belong over here. Oops. Orange. Just stopping by to say hi. I've got family stuff and prep for my election at work tomorrow. I believe in you, Kiwi! Thank you for stopping by to say hi. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. We love you. That's a blue one. Congrats on the gold. Yeah, congrats on the gold. Green one too. Blue. Wanna take you there. Okay, that works. I guess. It's not really how I would organize them, but it's fine. Suck them up. What movie does this go at the end of? There's a movie that has this song. It's Deadpool. I knew I recognized it. Oh, I like this song. It's a good song. Black Betty, bam, lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam, lamb, damn child, bam, lamb, bam, lamb, bam, lamb, bam, lamb, Black Betty, bam, lamb, bam, lamb. Yo, Shawty, have I got a game for you? What game? What game, my dear? Pink donut. Pink hot dog. Bam, lamb. Hobby horse? You taking me for a horse, girl? Swear to God, if you're taking me for a horse. I'm not a horse girl! What's this? Okay, wait. Create your own hobby horse and hit the obstacle! You're taking me for a horse girl! I can't believe you. I kind of want to play it, though. It looks kind of dumb. Yo, do they got shit on Keymailer? Hobby horse. Hobby horse! Request. I will be for TikTok. Yes, I will create content. Request. Hell yeah! Now let's see if we can get a key for it. Even though I think it's just in early access. Yeah, it is. Clutched Sigma dub. Yeah, okay, I might play it. I asked for a key, so maybe I'll get a key for it for next week. I'm gonna talk about it next week. I can be on roll for fun for next week. Thank you for showing it to me though, Vika. I definitely will at least play it, regardless. I can get access. I only found out about the real thing recently. What do you mean? Hobby horsing? Yeah, it's a thing. Can't wait to experience that. I'm gonna go full horse girl mode. We need more red sand. Products. 1, 2. Oops. Fuck out of my way. You see I'm moving a pallet of stuff for you to buy? Shit. Let's do one of these, and I want to buy a shiny box. Oh well, I have to unload this first. Alright, now we buy a shiny box. Shiny box! Whoa! Look at all those rares! Shunk. Did that pay for itself? Not really. Not really! Alright, did I hit? I scripted everything. I recorded stuff for this week. So I'll make it weekly and then... Actually, I could edit Twitch clips, actually. They're not part of my VODs. Haunts! Haunts! Just check this and this. And we're good. Okay, video editing. Let me these. Post. Oh. I just want to move all these to posted. And then move all these to posted. Now, out of context, I'm gonna take all these. I gotta go pee again. Oh my god, I'm so upset. I don't want to go to the bathroom again. Alright. I gotta go bathroom again. I'll be right back. And then we'll make... I want to make a clock. A mixtape. And then we'll probably do some video editing. Because I want to do some Twitch clips. So I'll be
Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
Hi, Pancake! Hi! Wasn't about to go to piss or anything. Hi, everybody! After the party, this here Pancake gal's got a right cozy basement, blows their heart. She's been playing the Breath of a Wild game longer than a chicken's been laying eggs. Seems like she's got a soft for them boxes, too. Y'all best mind your manners around her stream. No backseat unless she's asked for it. Ain't no need to be rude. You hear? Y'all come down now. How is it going? What's up? Hello, Shirley! Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. How was your stream? I was about to go take a piss. But welcome on in. If you need Pancake, if you need to get rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, feel free to hang. I really need to pee though. So I'm gonna go pee really quick. But thank you for joining us. I'm a rest. Yes, please go rest. I'm excited to play Repo on Wednesday. But I will be right back. Go piss, go thank you, Pancake. Okay, I'm back. She shut down. What do you mean? Lane died. Did you see that? Or she crawled out of the flesh mech? What is happening? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Dude, I just fucking, like, cracked my nail in the bathroom. I was trying to speed run, taking a piss. Now it's all uneven. Now it makes me sad. Like, I knew I needed to clip my nails eventually, because they're starting to get long, but they weren't that long yet. So, that's great. At least it doesn't hurt. Alright, might change the order of operations of things that we do. Do you also piss so hard and pull muscles? No? No? Not that I'm aware of. I just kind of like broke a nail. Just like broke a nail, and I'm glad it's not bleeding. Neither do I. No, I mean it's valid. I shiver when I piss a lot. So there's that. Roll for fun. Vibe and shine. That's kind of cute. What the fuck? You think it's cute? Maybe someone thinks it's cute. I think you're cute, so I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool that you piss so hard that you can pull a muscle. That just means you're so strong, you know? Thinking about it. My brain rot version does not. That's valid. I feel like I have to clip the rest of my nails. Hold on, chat. We're doing that right now. No, I hate having uneven nails. The fact that I just, like, chipped this one pisses me the fuck off. I don't know if anybody else has that, like, tism. Like, I like having longer nails because they look nice when they're painted. But if one of my nails break, I have to reset both my hands. I don't know where the fuck my nail clippers are. No! The fuck? Where are they? They're not in the drawer that they're supposed to be in. Well, yes, they are. I just don't have eyes. I just don't have good eyes. Okay. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Yeah, whole thing gotta come off if it chipped. Yeah, dude. Like, it like... Oh, fuck, hold on. Broken nail. I ain't girly like you have to have them regular nails. I should be, like, it's like this. It was like this. But it was, like, deeper, and so I just cut it off. What the fuck? I need a thing. Mini trash can for the win. Alright, I like having longer nails because when I was in school, I couldn't have long nails because I was in orchestra. It's me, I'm famous. It's you. It's Vika. You are famous. Yeah, pull it off, then it pulls your whole finger skin off, then body. Oh, shit. Mine's not that connected to my skin. I've broken my pinky toenail many a times to where they'll just fall off if I break it again. Since I'm feeling good. I don't even know how I chipped my nail. I fucking chipped it on, like, flushing the toilet. I feel like it's stupid as fuck. It's pissing me off that that's the way I broke. Like, it wasn't like I jammed my nail into anything. It was just, I was literally just flushing the toilet, and it just came off. It just cracked. Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm just trimming my nails, and I don't want you to hear it. So give me like 10 seconds. Here, you can have a trance video while I do it. With baseball bat. Here. Ooh, this is cool. It's a lava lamp. There you go. I'm so upset I have to take this time to fucking do this. But my brain will literally short circuit if my nails are uneven. Alright, we're good now, chat. My tism has been cured. My nails are all short now. So now I can't be upset about the one that broke. Wanna be the one to give you up just to buy another one. Okay, video editing. I just need you. We'll try cannibalism. Cannibalism. I don't know if this has anything other than me just saying, you know, I think I'm for cannibalism. Cause like, wait, do I talk in this? Jesus, fuck, asshole. Trying to think like how I want to do that. Can't spell consent and the drugs one. I'm removing those ones. We can do this one because I feel like they look like they're from the same. They look like they're from the same VOD. Yeah, they look like they're from the same VOD, so I could do that way. Literally only song because of memes. I don't song because I like Kesha, but also there are a lot of memes with it, isn't there? Alright, I'm gonna... So if I did a video where, because this is gonna, because I've been told that maybe I should be posting my Twitch clips more. I'm gonna try to optimize the shit out of this video. I think this will be good. Hi, potato! Why the bleep anus? Walking a line. God damn it. Hopefully, I hope you've been going well. It is. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. I am just editing a clip of mine because I want to see how it goes. Obviously found a way to roll back CapCut and block updates so you can use free for auto captions. Hey, that's not bad. How's the Bicko game, by the way? I have a friend that really likes it, likes Gecko. Was wondering. Oh, it's great. My day's okie dokie. If you ever need a hug, let me know. No, it's a good game. There's a lot of there's a lot of gameplay. I'll say there's a lot of gameplay for what it's worth. I played the demo and the playtest for a good bit, so I think it's pretty worth if you just want a game that like you can turn your brain off to, and like the dev is very like community driven, and like they're very like motivated to make the game, so it's pretty nice. I personally like it a lot. We need more purple boxes. After. Elaine ascended beyond Gecko is become Haunts. Yeah, I will become Haunts soon. I'm just gonna use what are we gonna use? I'm gonna use a quack. I want the quack sound effect. Or we should use a moo sound effect when I curse. Yes. Instead, let's find a moo. That's a really long moo. Cowbell? That's actually not a bad idea either. You can't milk though. Or milk, just someone yelling milk. I think that might be confusing in the context. What? Can I just not have like a Minecraft cow moo? Maybe I could. I just want someone yelling moo. Ew. Combos are so long. I thought they were gonna be shorter. Nope. I think I'll just keep the quack. I'm gonna keep the quack, I think. It's a quack. Feel nothing. Same. Okay. No, it's time for optimization time. Okay. I don't think I need this tiny little section right there. How'd you been though, Elaine? I'm good. I've just been vibing. video editing, playing video games, existing, you know. You know, hoping the job market gets better, you know, all the same stuff. How you doing though? You doing good? Doing good. I saw you got that content creator stuff for the carrying for the Expedition 33 stuff. That's hella cool. Congrats. Thank you for the cheek pad. Bro, that is crazy they did that. Yeah, I'm really I mean, you're really cool, so I'm not surprised that you got the content creator stuff. You know? My matches so good, my overlays, I'm just use them all the time. Yeah, they looked really good when I saw that they're like they gave content creators overlay. I was like, is that not already part of it? But no, it looks really nice. Oh. Should be this part. Oh. Oh, that's not perfect. Do we have any other ones that could match this, I wonder? Dude, okay, trying to escape Twitter, understandable. It's hard, because not everyone wants to jump ship at the same time, you know? So it's hard. I get that. Same. Lock my phone in draw. Don't run. Don't run. Run. Don't hide. Run. I locked my phone in draw other day. I need. Wait, what? What? I locked my phone in draw other day. Need saving. What? I'm confused. What? Elaine's brain is too small. Oh. Oh, understandable. No, you're good. But I tried to tell her it was drawer, but you got to smile. I have no context clues brain. But no, that's valid. Twitter's been kind of a bunghole. I kind of stay on Blue Sky when it becomes a bunghole. Wait. Okay. I watch Comfort Streamer. Hee. I'm glad. I think this works. And then, oh, link clips. Put this in here and then re-link them. Oh wait, no, link clips. Remove this one, we need that quack. Wait. Wait. I know how to do two quacks. Two quacks, chat, two quacks! Can I keep this one? Hold on. I think I need the ending of this. So let's bring this back down. Put that there. I'm gonna do it like that, maybe. Like that. Okay, and now I'm gonna try to learn from our good boy Noble about adjustments clips, and maybe we can spice it up a bit. AD. I want to use it. I want to use it like how Noble does it because it's smart. And then this one, I gotta make sure I'm centered. That's the big thing. Positions, yeah, apply. Maybe zoom this one out a little bit. Scoot it over. And then what the fuck? Okay. Where's my what? I have a what in here, don't I? It's probably in here. I'm trying to do my marathon. We can just grab it then. Oh, it's the JonTron what? Yeah, that one. 3 YouTube kill MTV. Okay, so we do video editing. What's this video? Nope. No, I know what it is. I'm just gonna throw it in there. SSR eyes clinked and the queen dries. Okay, let's try. You know. Actually, let's remove this. Let's do it like this. Let's see, hold on. Okay, so if I mark this here, mark this here, and then like in this sector, like spun it, like what happens? Okay. Mm. Canva. Or do I have a guy that's perplexed? I could. Oh, well, then I won't go home. I love to get... I love to get on my lows. Oh, these guys need to scoot. And then we can do an adjustment clip. Go from here. I think it'll be like this. Like this, and then the next one we move it to this. And then we'd look for what is the medium PNP? Take me to the beach. And then let's do get text. Let's do add track. What is Elaine drinking? Say much of you. Bold color black. Settings, let's bring it down. What is the Illuminati? I put that in symbols, I didn't mean to. Resources. Audio. Sound effects. Nuke is poison. Tears of my enemies. Over in my life. I want this one. What am I gonna name this? I should really name this something. Move them after. Actually, no, let me move now. Cannibal, grandma juice, and show me greenness. Still relink selected clip. Relink selected clips into video editing. Twitch. Okay, there we go. That way I can save this. Save. Sexy grandma. Yeah. Sure. I just realized how dangerous that was to look up. Oh, it's fine. I need something from this. I need something from the posted section. Out of context. This one. Dump. This one. My sweet Latanya, what have you done? Where did I put the cup? Put the cup on my head? The cup should not be on my head. Be like... Oh, I could put the captions here. On my neck. Oh, that's why I'm confused. I think I have to crop the bottom of this image. Just crop the bottom of this. Sound effects. Where is it? I want the skedaddling one. Let me look at this again. I say grandmother here. Like how I did it in the other video. Let's see, let me see how I did it. The inhaler, and then... I have an idea. This one, and then this one, and the next one, should go like that. Move back a bit, so it'll be like, oh, A cough. Okay, this one will work. This one, oh. Nope. Twitch clips and then cough meme. Right here. Let's do that here, and then let's go back. Let's have grandma peek out and be like that, and then oops. This one. Middle stage. Let's do it. Rotate it this way. So it would be like I want her peeking out here. Let's do okay, hold on, let's do okay, let's move these back to this one. And then whoop. This one start here. And push this one. This one. I like the shape of this one. This one. Download transparent page. 2 download. Back a little bit. And this one should bounce on this. Let's go back. And go a little more back. And like a splat sound effect, I think. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't know how I feel about it. It's shorter and more compressed and maybe more memey. Maybe we just trim it like... Oh. Oh. Wait, can I do it like that? And then go here, and then just... Or just scoot. Or maybe not. Oh, what seemed to be? And then context. think I want to switch these. I think I want this one to go here, and then I want this one to go here. Maybe I lied. I think the problem is I need to be zoomed in more. This one. There we go. So the beginning, those don't matter, but this part does. And I'd have this pop up. That's not bad. That's not bad, Jay. That's not bad. Oh, my neck. Okay. I don't know if I do this one either. So maybe like these ones. Actually, maybe. Hold on. Let me look at this one. Okay, I think the Twitch clip 2. Okay, so then we'll do it with this one. Twitch clip 2 underscore, or I guess clip. To I'll call it Gooner. And then Gooning, hiding new device had a rootable, too much dick. Yeah, these can all go in here, I think. Can I do these 4? And then I'll do I need a new row in here because Hall of Fame's about to be retired. So I'll do a new one. Just Twitch clip and others, which is going to go here. Yeah, because it'll be V highlight, V stars, and the Twitch clips. Oh, what are you doing in here? 12, 13. I could put Hall of Fame just over here for now. There you go. Yeah, okay. We'll call him Milk Club. Memories. Book club memories, part 1. And then I'll just be like, nah, I don't think it has to be specific. Clips. Isn't it? Save. Thank you. What? Edit labels. So if I'm doing this and I want it to come out Mondays I think is the plan. Dates, Mondays. So this will be for next Monday. Edit labels. Yeah. And then I'll need to download more clips. Clips. Let's just do 2. And then I'll edit that later. I had to download some of the clips that you guys made the other day too. Like the one about me and the fucking milk, apparently. That was pretty funny. I don't even know what I said for the first half of the clip, but it was pretty funny. Clips. What was this? Feel the shoe on your toes. This is a repo clip. Since milk slippery. Oh my goodness. Oops. Maybe I could do something with the repo one. And then what is this one? I don't know what to do with that one, but I'll do something with that one eventually. Okay. So we have a repo clip that I think should just be by itself. Am I finding these out correctly? Maybe we change it. Let's do Sunday. And then this one goes Monday. Is that not Sunday? It's not Sunday. Save. Okay. Sunday, Monday, and then we have Clip with 2 is me being lewd, maybe? I feel like I should focus on like 3. I'm so smart. Gooning. Maybe this one can go with this one. Club clip 3. No, I want so hide the new device so if you click on this one. The wood Bowser. The club clippings 3. And then club clippings 4 can be the feel the shoes on your toes. And then the repo clips. Okay. Let's space them out. Let's do this one as 5. And then this one has 4. A new folder. 3. And that'll be the repo clips. Alright. It's not bad. Not bad, chat. Not bad at all. We've got some things planned out for the weeks for more Twitch clips to be posted, and maybe that'll be better. Maybe from now on I'll do clips in groups of 2s. I think Twitch clips in groups of 2s is pretty. I think I can settle for that. Instead of doing them in big bundles, I'll just do them in groups of 2s. Yeah, because it's pretty 1-to-1 a lot of times. Let's close this one. There, now we have like 6 of them planned out. Oh, Lasso Cat City. So Cat City. Can't see. I can't spell. Did I spell it wrong? No, I didn't. Okay. Alright. It'll be the best day of my life. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I'll kind of want to do it now. Kind of want to finish editing it now, and then we can move on to some art stuff that I want to do for today. I'm gonna get like, please don't take me now. It'll be the best day of my life. April will be the last one. I want to test something with this VOD thing once it's done. Okay. Folder. This is not a new folder. New folder. Things. Save project as. This is club clippings 1. Best day of my life, my life. And then we can delete. There's the extra one. I also want to make sure of this. Yeah, I think that'll all be good. This will be booty. Program. I don't know what we're listening to. It's throwing me off my game. Alright. Alright, chat. It's time for Elaine to lock in, so you know what we're doing. We're gonna do something that I think not all of you will be excited about. So, be brave, my little babies. Where the fuck is it? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Listen to Gooncore now. It's just like anime music. Ooh, woo girl music. I just need the bass. I'm gonna try something new with this. If you're cold. They're cold. This is more what I was expecting when I went to play this playlist. Vika. I need the bass, Pixels. I need the bass. don't think I optimized that optimally. Oh man. Sorry, chat can't deal with loud women. Bass, it helps my brain. It did! Pixels doesn't like squeaky sounding women because he doesn't like it, which is understandable. Not everybody likes it. It makes sense, you know? It's not everybody's cup of tea. I keep forgetting I have to, like, replace this. Oops. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. Okay. I just stretched it. He's a guy. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I forgot how I want to do this. Do I just try a different color? I want to put this up higher. I think this should be here. Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, I've locked in. I'm good now. I'm good now. We're good now. I'll have to find other playlists that maybe are similar, but maybe not just sex noises, maybe? Maybe, just maybe. I think maybe the rave music could do it good. Hold on. Where's my rave music? I think that's in other playlists. Power ballads, workout, K-pop. Yeah. Are these similar? Oh, this one? Just this one's? Oh, wait, what? I don't want to know what the difference is between these two. Okay, and then we can delete this one. Oh, loud music for loud people. Oh, I love that playlist. That's a good playlist. When I just need noise. Literally just need noise. Alright, what am I doing? Ooh. Did the thing finish? It did finish, okay. it's this one. It's weird. Okay, what is... Anyway, I should think. What am I doing? Okay. Hmm? Okay, type Windows. What? That's what I typed. Oh my god, no. GP edit miscellaneous. Open the editor. Ah. The song feels like the stutter in emotes sometimes. Yeah, I know. That's why I like them. Okay. It's okay. Okay, that can go over there. Actually, I just want to save game. Okay, let's switch account back to this guy for tomorrow. Save game. Okay, I think it's time to make a mixtape. I think is my plan. And then if we have, I think I'm gonna make the mixtape based off of the one that I saw that I have permission to get the angle of. And then we're gonna do something. We're gonna make BLT too. Gosh. This one. Okay. I have to replace a clip. Okay. Replace a clip in a thing, and then I'm gonna grab. Sweet. I did this all through. Oh, I thought I did. Yeah, I thought I did with Twitter. Silly me. Dude, that would be so cool to have. Okay. Could have both. Nah. Okay. That's good. And then let's do this. A taste is on my knees. Like this. Okay, so I'm replacing. Replace. This one. See this one. Okay, I think. I don't want to replace. No, they didn't ask for that, so it's fine. Okay. What's the bounding border on this? We have. Let me just grab this guy instead. Actually, let me align this guy. There you go. Okay, and then is it in goshness? It is. Yeah. I like this idea. This guy. Oops. I think that's these. Layer. What the fuck? Cool layer. Okay. So now we have this. And I like how much space they have for the window. Which is much easier to see on this one. Oh, and then this thing. Let's do it so it's even. These two center. Yeah, straight. If I made this an erase. Nice. Layer. Break. Oh my god, I'm dying, chat. Oh, I also forgot that. Whoops. Take this guy, make him normal. Dead. Serotonin icons. Then let's close this curve. Oops. This one. This one, this one, this one. Oh. Actually, I want them both to be this color. I remember how I did this. I like it. Here for the wellness check. I don't know why I'm coughing. I guess it's just time for me to die. Death of the main cow. Fuck. Stop. Please go in. People coming down with shit. I know, but I refuse. I can't get sick. I'm not a coward. Node. Or to this razor blade thing in the throat like me. Oof. Oof. That doesn't sound too savory. I'm sorry you got that going for you right now. Hope it settled down soon. Oh my god, please. I'm nuking with antibiotics today. Fuck this thing, understandable. Don't worry about fucking automod button. Excuse me. 3 weeks, release me. Oh god. That is a good amount of time. Shit. I'm sorry for your loss. Had enough. No, that's understandable. This is slightly come down a bit. This, get this color, and this color. Same with this guy. Get it darker though. Hi, Momo Bean. Do you want uppies? Want uppies? No? Okay. Just want the curve to be a little bit less. Oh, what the fuck? Oh? What the fuck? There you go. Take these guys there, convert to curves. No, break these two. If I do like that. I need to look at a reference or something. Okay. I don't think so. So let's do button. Yeah. I think I want to do a second button. I think I like it. I think. Well, tape deck symbol remind me of Elder Scrolls. That's valid. Makes sense. I might make this color actually. This color, and then make this one this color. Well, I think that makes the most sense to me. Hi, Andrea. How you doing, bestie? Yeah, there you go. EP, understandable. Did you just wake up? Should have found one that I like the color scheme of, huh? I like this one. Woke up 30 minutes ago. Well, good morning. Is it going good? I'm making a mixtape. I'm making a new mixtape thing. New mixtape dropping. I'm just making a new one of these, like a cassette. It's like this, but different. Circle. It's like 2. It's 2. Then I have to do a stroke around it. There we go. That's not bad. Oh, this is Lily Allen, isn't it? Yeah, this is a remix of a Lily Allen song. It's mixtape. Where's my phone? There it is. Layer, convert to curves. Okay, now it's like this outline. So everything has like a. Let's do it this way. Yaka. And this will go behind. I can't see. This goes on here too. I did that wrong. It should be... like that. And like breaker. What is this? Like the buttons at the top, thank you. Oh my god. I don't even want to load. What the fuck? What is this? Oh, it doesn't even want to load. It's so cursed that my internet doesn't want to load it. Nice touch, thank you. This side. I'll make that dead image my muted thing in Fuji now. That sounds good. I like it. I need these to stop being clicked on. I don't like how this part looks. J strong. I like the chat example. Okay, so everything just has one outline, and it's a darker color of whatever the main color is. So if this, oh my god, if this is the main color, it's just a darker version of that. Easily. Thank you. Here's where it should have gone. I should stay strong. There you go. It should be even darker shit. Hold on. Let's do this color. Alright, and then a line here. Boop. Like 5. So how big it's gonna be on the screen? Should be as big as this one. This one goes in. I have to fix all of these. This one. Just go in the center. You need to go here. And then you need to go in the center. You need to scoot. And this guy is too far. There we go. And do all the way across. And then we break it up. Break curve. The tiny one and we remove it. And like this. Break curve. Deadline. Nope. And then these guys. Oh my god, the PNG works so well. I'm glad. I think I put the highlight in the wrong spot. I think it should be up here, actually. Who bottom right? I like, who? Bottom right? Oh, Bitchcraft Jams. This one? Called Bitch. I like it. The Bitchcraft Jams. The name is fun. I like it. The Bitchcraft. The Bitchcraft. Yeah, Moxie, the person that made all these mixtapes, allowed me to inspire from their mixtapes. What is this? I think that's the background. Oh, that's the other cassette tape. It's distracting me. Okay. I think. Join curve. Delete node. Oh, I love this song. Not the gay baiting. What? What? Who is gay baiting here? Tattoo? Tattoo? Dude, I gotta go pee again. I'm so pissed off. I have to go pee like every hour and it's pissing me off. Alright, I have to go pee really quick. I'll be back. Why am I always pissed off but never pissed on? Ew. Ew. Missed opportunity? I'm not pissing on anyone. I refuse. I refuse to piss on anyone. No one's getting pissed on today. Fortunately, none of you are getting pissed on today. I feel like I've done too many small ones. I feel like this should be flipped. Why so specific? If there's someone whose chance of getting pissed on isn't 0, no one's getting pissed on. No one, period. What if it was the other way, though? Like flip it like that. Like this funk one, I do too. I think that's the way we gotta go, chat. Oh, what the fuck is happening outside? It's making a lot of fucking noise. Super appreciate it. They fucking didn't. Okay, let's put these here. I want it to see how it looks in the corner. This is what it would look like if it was in the corner. Let me see. If I did it like that. Oops. Nope, not you. You. There we go. Those guys. God, can these two be joined? It doesn't super matter the bottom half, I guess. Because, like, no one's gonna see it. I'm gonna make sure these have the same. Put this on top. Would that fix it? It would. That means I gotta clean this up. Bring this down here. Break the goat. The curve. This way. Why do you not like each other? This is the only time I will allow Christmas music. As if it's in rave form. These guys have to scoot. There. I have to hit to delete these guys. I think this needs to go off. Let's 0 so I can see. Should be these two scooted to the middle here. Delete node. Delete node. Right curve. Take these guys. Right curve so it's fluid. Delete that guy. This guy. This guy. Scoot him over. My god, can I request song? You can request any song you want. Vika, what song would you like? Clean now. Just dropped. Yeah, I got you. Who? Oh, it's one of these. Also, I just realized my screen is on. You got it. Hold on. I like the middle guitar. Thank you for the wellness check. I think I'm missing something. I am. This guy's. Are these not all 10? Heck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please be 10. Okay, thank you. Let's see with you. Can you also have it? No, I didn't think so. Mm-hmm. I'm deciding if I want. I do want like a star. Hold on. 4 point. This color. Invert. This guy. Layer. Convert to curves. I like how epic this song sounds. Breaker. Maybe make it a little bit more like this color for the lighting. And then... Oh, I want to play Wilds again. Do it! Do it! Thank you for the song, because that was fucking sick. You listen to them more often, that's for sure. I'm playing Gen Ultimate on my Steam Deck, haha. That's, you know, that's valid. You know, if you're preoccupied by another game, it's valid. Alright, and then... just doing one here, and then one down here. And then... maybe this... tape. Oops. I like this instead. Wow, still need to get Sunbreak for Rise. Sunbreak? What's that? The DLC for Monster Hunter Rise. Oh, gotcha. And then this will be this aligning with not that guy. This guy. Oops. What's the center of that? So I'm just gonna make the center of this go here. And then layer, convert to, oops. Convert to curve. Oh, I was hoping this was Enter Sandman for a second. One of these guys, that's normal. Make him light blue. I don't make him white. Oh, this makes sense though. Is this guy weird? He's being weird. That's okay. Let's do it this way. Whooshoop. Oh, that's satisfying. I tell you what, that was very satisfying. Ooh. Okay. There we go. Be cool if that spun. I just want this one to be. Okay. I lurk. I gotta get foods. No problem. Have good foods. Thank you. I gotta make this. I think I can make this smaller. I hope you have wonderful food, Andrea. No, it's smaller. And then make the outer ring looks like it's going up. Actually, I kind of want this outer ring to look like it's just coming off a little bit. Yeah. I like how simple it is, but I'm also like, what else do I want? How did I do the keyboard? There was something I did with... Oh, I put clouds on it. Let's see. Okay. Where's my logo? Stream logo. I think I'm just gonna have to grab it. Okay, smaller. Oops, it's not that small. Oof. Breaker? No, it just really doesn't like it, huh? Why? Lost the line. Things you said, all the things you said, running through my head, running through my... It's just so small, I think. Let me try it now. Maybe I like it clean better. Actually, where's the colored version? What colored version did we pick? This one? This one? I think. Nope, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Nope. This one. Without this or this. Finally got the right one, chat. Don't you worry. I know my logo. How could I forget my own logo? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, all that wouldn't work. Okay. Maybe these two could use a smooth one too. I liked it as it was. Let's see. I should have something. Okay, remove this guy. Take this guy and put him over here. Bigger. I just think I have to set a part of him onto like a multiply layer. Yeah, the head pay-ups. Oh, what? Hello? You gotta come out. Yeah. Logo 1 and then logo 2. This is a path-through layer. Oh, go. Oh, you know, I just thought of a way to do this to keep. In order to keep this guy. Oh, I don't know what I just did. I just did something, no? That's not what I wanted, though. Go to erase. Go eat. I don't want to go eat. I don't wanna, condemned. I don't wanna. Unless you're going to eat, then I hope you have a great night. How you doing, bud? Okay, I'm thinking. What we do it normal. We take this head. Take this color. Yeah. I just stopped eating. Well, good morning. Good morning, friend. I'm trying to figure out where to put the current song. Zero this. I like the idea of breaking this up. I'm putting this here. And then I want to take like another one of these. But make it like shorter. Oops. But wider. Ooh, it does not want to do it that way. Okay. This guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy can all move down just a little more. And then another one of these guys. One of these guys can go here. But be this color? I like that color. Yeah, there we go. And then does this need... Actually, why am I doing this like this? Just do it normally. Do it this way. And then around it, but less so. And then this way. I'll layer convert to curves. Break curve. This needs to be in the front of it. And then looking at it, it would be like this. So let's make 2.2. No, what thing is this? 0.2? Heck. Oh, it's 4. Okay. What the fuck did the... It's over here. Fuck. That aligns there. Rotate it a bit more this way. Scoot it this way. There we go. Now, how do I feel about that? Like it's a mixtape. Do I like it more? I feel like I'm upset that this isn't more tilted. Maybe this shouldn't be anything. Oh, make this 0. These guys 0. Like scoot them up, and then rotate this guy to point inwards. And then do this at 4. -4. There's a little space going on right here, which I don't like. Should be this whole button, technically. I think it's okay, though, actually. I think I like that more. I don't think it needs to be this wide, though. Like less wide? Yeah, I think I like that. I'd still like to do like fake highlights, essentially. White, this one. This way. I'll close it. Do it this way. Need to be white. I'll do a soft light over this. There we go. Hell yeah. Hi, V. Sleep well. Love you lots. No movie night for y'all? We do them on Saturday now. We do movie nights on Saturdays now. Social only. Alright, well, have fun, baby. Love you, baby. Sleep well. Stuff's not responding. Okay. Please respond. Stream. Overlay. Clear crayon. This is clean crayon. Mixtape. There's a little less. I think it's okay. I serve it to that person that I told I'd show it to them. Let's go to mix cassette. We can just replace this guy. I put the text current track in there. Of course I did. Dang it. You are Rainy Hearts. That's what color I use. Not what I expected me to use. To be honest. Body. No. Do this guy and this guy. Oop. Huh? Center this guy with this guy. Center. I got heads off. I gotta head off, Shoddy. Thank you for chill company and stream. Thank you for hanging out, Mike. It's always lovely to have you. We love to have you here. So we freaking love you, dude. But thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your fucking day. Export this guy. Yep. And then browse. Clean crayon this guy. So fucking broken. I love it. I'll have to fix it now. Fix it. Why does it say like here? I think. Yeah. Is it not wider? Actually, is that okay? Yeah, I guess I don't mind it. I just want the song to be a different color. I want it to be the color that is right here. Okay. Did it change? I feel like I didn't change. Okay. Well, I guess that works. Yeah, because if I bring the little guys back. Little bros. Which, now I just want to put Moira. Put, like, Moira there. I think I might have to put it in like the outline mode or the log mode. So I kind of wanted to go behind Moira, I think. I just realized the sticker's kind of in the way of stuff. So not this guy, this guy. Let's bring it down a bit. Oh, I kind of like him where he is. Okay, I think I have to do chat log mode. Or no, it's chat log mode. Use custom text extents. Or wait. Oh. Yeah, lots of EDM, not complaining. Yeah, it just helps my brain and make my brain go worky. Alright, this guy. Interesting. I'm okay with it being like that. Transform, edit, transform. Let's just bring it down a little bit. Yeah, I think I like that more. It's like I'm watching a hacking scene from the 90s. Let's move Moira over a little bit more. Yeah, I like it. Everything's kind of more cohesive now. I like it. Makes me happy. Should look up hacking music. I bet you would find the music you like there. You can try it. No problemo. Sleep well. Okay, let's try hacking music. Hacking music. We have hacking music. Music for hacking. We gotta pick it by the thing. POV or a digital artist or hacking into the mainframe. What's this one? Wait, I want this one. This has got a cat on it. Like this one. Gooncore. Yeah, I was listening to Gooncore earlier. Okay. I like it, Picasso. And now, thanks to the wonderful Pokepaws, we're gonna edit, we're gonna change up BLT. I also realized I should be an art. I realized I should be an art. This is not art. Oh, right. April VODs. I'll do that. VODs would go up here then. Just so I can distinct it better. Okay. And then stream. ATS mascots BLT, BLT2. Alright, BLT. Thanks to the lovely. You better be thanking them. I better hear you thanking. Thanks to the lovely Pokepaws, we now have your front view. And they have given us permission to do a draw over, so. Fucking pog. Copy image. Waha. 2048. 10. 24. Alright. Here you are. Thanks to the lovely Pokepaws. We now know how you will be sitting and standing. I don't need that one. Okay. We are going to put your ears in the front, though. But thanks to the wonderful Pokepaws, we know now. So we're going to start with this. Make sure it's centered. So that way. I can't see. I'm also going to just do that so I can see. And do this. And that. Up like this. Do it down like this. Nope. This should kind of go like this. And then this should come down. And then flip it. And then we join the curves. Same with these guys. Make sure they join the curves. And then with this guy, just make them straight. There we go. And then shorten your head just a little bit. And then I might change your eyes too. I really like these eyes. No. I need like a color palette, my guy. I need to grab you a color palette. Which means I gotta go over here. Take little squares. And your sunspots is this color. You are this color. Ooh, sausages! Yippee! It's fine. I always start with a salad. Okay, thank you. What? That'll be good. There's got stuff on it. Alright, and then your outline color is this color. Oops. And then your mouth color is this color. And then your inner mouth. Your whites are like a creamy color. They're not perfectly. So this is the color of your mouth. Oops. Um, 18.3, 17, 19.3, 18.3, 19.3. Cool. Okay, and then skin. And then this is the outline. This is the mouth. I think that's it. These are like the main colors that I need. Rasterize, copy, paste. There we go. Now we can have them. This is your outline color. Flipping it, this is your skin color. And this goes inside. We'll delete this guy. We turn this guy off. Let's get this. Node tool. Let's break the curve. Break the curve. Should just be this part. Bobby, I think you were right about the hacking stuff. Hacking playlists are not bad. 100%. And then join them. How does your face look? Not bad. I wish I could. Let's get the ear. Oh my god. Take this, make it come up. Make this one come out. And then fit him over here. Well, that's what I thought, at least. I think I have to. This guy. And just out it a bit. How come? That should be this guy. This guy. Thank you for the cheek pad. Oh. So this one back here to realign, per se. Let's say this one behind. Just get a little bit smaller to realign with this. Realign with that. This would go out more. Okay. Ooh. I don't want the other side to get edited too much. Okay, now how does this look in the front? Better, I think. I think it's one of those things where, I need to have two layers. Where it's like the outside, and then the inside doesn't have color, and then the inside and the outside doesn't have color. I'll only close the curve and just kind of join them up, I think. But the thing is, it needs to be more... I think I fucked it up a little bit. I think it's supposed to be like this. Yeah, it's supposed to be more smooth with the head. Delete this guy. Let's find a spot in which you will be good. That's pretty good. And now this guy, close curve. Boop. And this guy. Just don't line up with this. Like that. That's a little too far down, I think. I think it's not that point. I think it's the other point that's the problem. Okay, that certainly needs to go back over here. But then, like, make it come. It's almost if it's curving with the head. And then same for this guy. And that way, when you look at it, it just looks like one smooth curved head. It does need to go here, just so we can... Seek delete node. Oh. But I don't like how far it has to go. Let's go here. Yeah, like this. Like that. Maybe a little bit less. Less. And then this guy here. And this guy here. This guy here. Now it should be pretty fluent with the rest of it. This guy here needs to be down a little bit more. Just wanted to line up. Fuck, this dog is good. I'm glad. I haven't ate it yet. I'm very consumed by getting BLT's lines perfect. There we go. Okay. Y'all got dogs? Yeah, we got some fancy sausages made from our local, or cut from our local butcher shop on Pixels' birthday. And then you cook some of them up. Ugh, I don't understand. Nope, that's not right. How is this not correct? Is this? So let's have another one. This one, oops. Go like here. Shouldn't it? Seems wrong. Also, I think this is my first time seeing this new video, and I love it. Much more doggy, less vague creature thing. Yeah, it was sketched by Pokepaws. Pokepaws. We loved him. Though I still believe that he's just a little creature. Just because I'm just a creature at the end of the day. Like I'm a cat, cow, bear thing. And so he's a chocolate dog rabbit thing. But just you wait, I'm gonna be giving him different ear sets, so. Oh, he is, but the rodents of a dog is very cute. That's valid. Okay, I might modify this a bit. This a bit to come down. Oh, Still up, boss? I am. It's only 10. It's only 10, but I should probably get off. I just want to finish his little ear. Little ear. The Oya bun is working? What does this mean? What does that word mean? Oh, I think I like that. Bring him back up here. Like there. Think so? A little bit over more. Oh my god. Boop. And center head. It's what they call their boss in Yakuza. That's cute. That's cute. I like that. Well, make sure to get some rest, dude. Don't work too hard. I never work too hard. I only sleep hard. I don't have a job. Smile. What? No. That ticking song was driving me insane. I'm sorry. You could have told me sooner. Well, I'm gonna slap his face on here. Nope. Oh, fuck. Okay. Didn't think about that. 1 second. I have to rescale. Oh, fuck. Where did the ears go? Oh, they're in here. Okie dokie. Oh. Only this guy and this guy needs to get rescaled. Maybe put him on top. So about equal in size. I think that's where the head goes. I realized the eyes are much smaller on the reference one. By pixels like this. And if we do that, then we have the ears, and the face, and then this guy. I see. This is why they put the ears behind. But I like his ears being in front so much, but I guess I'll fuck with it a little bit. I'll fuss with it a little bit and then we're gonna get off. Go raid somebody. Welcome back. Where are you? Why aren't you letting me click you? Okay. Okay. Four. And then put his this one. Take his face. Take his face and put it in this one. That's that face. Look at our boy! He's kind of cute. I might try his eyes out in like the other style. If I can. Might be cute. But that's for another day. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Hope you guys had a wonderful time hanging out. I know I did. Tomorrow we'll come back with some more memes, more fun times. Who the fuck is still streaming at this point? Gobbo is. We could go raid on Gobbo. Alright, have fun over there. Here's a raid message if you'd like a raid message. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. I had a great time. And now I'm gonna go eat dinner. chillax and do some voiceover work. So I hope you guys have a lovely night. Have fun with the lovely Aunt Gabo. I say this as I need to open their stream, but I hope you guys have a wonderful time. I love you so much. Mwah! Have a wonderful time. Goodbye. Goodbye.